Hey friends, this is Dolynny TV. Let's do this. Game 2, the Oilers, the Vancouver Canucks. It's a 1-0 Canucks lead in this series as we set up the next 4 hours plus. And I say plus because we are currently sitting year to date, the 18th anniversary of Sean Horkoff's triple overtime winner against the San Jose Sharks in a game where, well, the Oilers were about to lose that series straight up, it seemed. Nobody was giving the Oilers a shot entering that game, and, well, tonight, a lot of talk has been made after Game 1, and the Oilers, they know where they're sitting at coming into tonight's hockey game. They know what they need to do, and I expect them to be led full-heartedly, full throttle, that is, by the captain, Connor McDavid, 18 years later. Whether it'll take triple overtime or not, personally, I wouldn't mind that. It's Friday night. Hey, longer the stream goes, the more crazy things get in here. And 3, I guess, all it does is set up game number 3, all the better. So, friends, let's see where we go. Of course, the Oilers have a lot of work to do ahead of them, of course. As we talked about after game number 2 against LA, it's got to be a big rebound game from one Stuart Skinner. But I think the easy answer tonight for us Edmonton Oilers fans, the easiest answer when it comes to everything, as Boston finds a way to cut the lead to 4-1 for Florida midway through the third period. The easiest answer to come up with tonight is the Bakersfield Condors alumni on this Oilers team have to have a huge game, right? I think that was maybe the nail in the coffin, if you would, is if you break down, 4 specific guys for the Oilers. Stuart Skinner, Ryan McLeod, Dylan Holloway, Evan Bouchard in game number 1. Now, again, there's plenty of guys to fault. Whole team don't want to throw them under the bus. These 4 guys, if they step up from game 1, right, there was a difference of 1 goal no matter how you look at how bad the Oilers finished that game. Difference of 1 goal. Those 4 guys take 1 step above where they were in game 1, we win handily tonight, not to mention Connor McDavid about to do usual Connor McDavid things after getting shut down, or so would be par for the course. So we look forward to seeing what happens tonight, friends. That is the opening rant for tonight's live stream. Didn't have one for game 1 because I really didn't have much material to go off, but I can tell you tonight, it's going to be Connor McDavid and 4 guys other than him to watch for tonight. Yes, I know we have 2 game time decisions. Yes, I know technically they could be the momentum swingers. But when it comes down to the Oilers' chances tonight, I like betting on McLeod and Fogle. Sorry, that's just such a dynamic combination in the bottom 6. McLeod, Holloway, Bouchard, and Skinner. That is kind of my lead story tonight. Those 4 guys take it to the Canucks. Oilers have no problems tonight. Now, that said, everybody and their mother figures tonight the Canucks will have an even better game than they did in Game 1. Well, let me remind you, the Canucks fans in Rogers Arena will have an even better game in Game 2 than they did in Game 1. I know everyone's like, oh, and there's all the fans. No way the Canucks did anything good. I'm sorry. You watch that building come alive from literally dead. It was a morgue in there at one point against the Oilers in Game 1. If you watch that building come alive early in Game 2, my goodness, this one could get ugly for the Oilers. It could get away from them. Now, see, as my water bottle's leaking all over the place, if the Oilers can keep the crowd quiet and bring it home for game number 3, you know Rogers Place will be rocking right before puck drop. That whole land acknowledgement and anthem, that is where we get our noise going. If we get an opportunity to get there tied 1-1, I like our chances real good. Now, again, it's not to say 5. It's probably 6. But I really like our chances as things go along, because you run the Canucks out of Edmonton and then you go back to Vancouver and you win that one, maybe. You lose that one, crap happens. You win it at home, running them down again. So we'll see what happens this evening, friends. Welcome aboard if you're just tuning in tonight. Peter, Avery, Dean, Double I, and Wake, welcome aboard as we get everybody set for tonight's hockey game, I guess you could say, right? I just went on my opening little rant that obviously not the bulk of the people that see this live stream will see, but yeah, no, that's what I feel strongly about tonight. I can tell you that straight up, honestly. Dennis, good evening as well. Welcome in from Bon Accord as we get set to see everybody trickle in here over the next, I guess you could say, 35, 40 minutes. I think puck drop is actually scheduled closer this time to 8 p.m. I've heard, actually, according to some sources, that it is a dead set 8 p.m. puck drop, so whatever that means, 8:07. But I assume tonight will be close to really closing in on a fast-paced, pretty electrifying game. I think for Canucks fans, that back half was electrifying. For the Oilers fans, it was electrifying the other way to start the game. So we'll see where we go tonight, friends. We're in for an action-packed one. We can say that for sure, knowing kind of what happened to Connor McDavid in game number 1. Epiphany, have we heard officially if Leon is in or out? Game time decision. Trust Bob Stauffer on this one. If Leon Draisaitl played Game 7 after what happened in Game 6 and 22 against the LA Kings, he's playing tonight. That's Bob Stauffer's pretty much guarantee. So we'll see what happens, but we'll have official news here in about, one might figure, 25 minutes or so. So now, welcome aboard as well. Cheering for the Oilers this evening, as I'm hoping most of us will be. I think a lot of Canucks fans made their way in here late in the game last time out. You will see, if you're just trickling in right now, about 50 of you aboard, you'll see slow mode is on for every 45 seconds. I'm going to try and get to the chat a little bit more tonight, try and engage a bit more. I think it kind of got a little dull there when I couldn't keep up with the chat, and obviously the game was getting away from the Edmonton Oilers in the third period. So hopefully everything works out tonight. SMC, welcome aboard as well. Glad to have you aboard. We'll see where the Oilers go in terms of mastering this game tonight. I think, like I said, Connor McDavid is really the one that leads the way this evening, but there's 4 guys on this team that they have a good game. This game is pretty easily won for the Oilers. That is not to discredit the Canucks and having a good game themselves. It's just that's how impactful a good game from Ryan McLeod, Dylan Holloway, Evan Bouchard, and Stuart Skinner truly will be this evening for the Edmonton Oilers. We're still waiting to get Boston, Florida up and done. Florida leads the Bruins 4-1. So you remember, it was 4-1, but we'll see what happens here for Florida in a game where the Boston Bruins aren't likely to go away. So we'll see. And again, friends, I will say I'm dealing with a little sore mouth. Kind of last game, I bit the inside of my lip there. I don't know if you remember catching me doing that live, but bit the inside of my lip. It's kind of a little swollen, so kind of fighting that a little bit. So you'll hear me say some things funny. I noticed even over the past 2 days I've been saying some things funny at work. So pardon me if something doesn't come out clean English, but we'll figure it out as we go along this evening. And as well as Epiphany's saying, yeah, like Leon Draisaitl is such a gamer, and he's so effective no matter how banged up he is. It's going to take a lot to keep him out of this game for what I think was probably, I know they're talking about cramps, so probably a disjointed muscle somewhere in the back after when Tyler Myers elbowed him. It looked like it rode up, and I'm pretty sure the NHL players wear the chest protectors where the back has that little V shape at the bottom of it, if I'm not mistaken. So that might have rode up and kind of jammed into his back. So that's what I'm expecting kind of got him out of that game, and I expect maybe a little bit of theatrics as well from the Oilers on this one, where I think they're kind of letting everybody play up the injury only to have Draisaitl come out and really put the dagger in the Canucks tonight. So we're hoping he's in. We'll see what happens. Don, welcome aboard. David, is Henrique definitely out tonight? He will skate and warm up, but the expectation is that he will not play. Sam Carrick will come in if both him and Draisaitl are out of the lineup this evening. So we'll see kind of where that all leads to us. The Bruins with a breakaway, more or less 3-on-1 inside the zone. Jake DeBrusk fires it home, makes it 4-2. It was 4-0. As BMAC, Holloway on the first line. What I think you are going to see tonight is, at least for now, Warren Fogle will be the top line left winger. I think a lot of the Oilers' troubles in that hockey game, something nobody talked about in any of the comments I got over the past 48 hours, is the fact that for the Oilers, when Connor McDavid was kicked out of the faceoff dot, it was rough times. Just even if the Oilers won the faceoff, just the way it's set up after Matthias Janmark got in there, the Oilers didn't exactly have their A game if Matthias Janmark was in the faceoff dot. And I think it was David Staples tonight on Oilers Now mentioning, hey, if the Oilers would have found a way to necessarily win 5-6 more faceoffs, the game's probably a completely different one than it was in game one. So, and obviously too, it's one of those things. When you lose as many faceoffs as the Oilers did to the Canucks, with obviously Henrique missing on the top line and Draisaitl missing half the game, it really comes down to, if you win 5 faceoffs at any juncture of the game, maybe you don't have to think, oh, Nuge hitting the post is what lost us that game, or, oh, if Stuart Skinner made one more save. Maybe that isn't the argument, because you win 4 or 5 faceoffs, especially if they're even half of them in the offensive zone, you maybe generate another goal. You make that a 5-2 game, you win. I think that's the general consensus. So the Oilers just kind of need that little bit of help, and I don't know if Fogel's the guy to do it, but if Henrique plays tonight, the Oilers definitely favor much better with Leon Draisaitl in the lineup too than they do with Henrique out, just because of that little bit of face-off prowess that one Adam Henrique can bring against the aces like JT Miller, Elias Pettersson, Elias Lindholm, those guys. So we'll see where we go here, friends, as we continue to roll along. The chat taking its time to get rolling tonight, which is nice to see. I think it kind of lit up quite quickly last game out, so we'll take the fact that I can get to most of your chats here this evening, as we are going here to, where we have it. Verdon, welcome aboard, as you got the hopes for the Oilers to win tonight. One would hope as well. Peter's got an update that Marchand is out and Jeremy Swayman makes a key save. And let's go here, Oilers source as well in the chat, who we will see peek up over there on the Oilers Fanatic this evening. The Rig 72 live stream of the playoffs, live over on the Oilers Fanatic this evening, scheduled for 8 o'clock. I assume there's some work being done in the background right now on that, one might think. So looking forward to having, obviously, 3 of us live, 4 I guess technically, because of the dynamic duo over there on the Oilers Fanatic, live for tonight's hockey game. Austin Hockey's live as usual throughout the playoffs. You got me, you got Patrick and Toff over there on Rig 72. We're going to have a good time this evening, friends. Lots of options, lots to check out, lots to break down when something bad or good in the game happens. You have lots of places to go to check things out. So awesome. As well, where do we go? Jeff, we had a 3-goal lead pretty late in the game. McDavid in the face-off circle wasn't the problem. It wasn't exclusively Connor McDavid in the face-off problem. I'm not going to sit there and say that. What I'm saying is, the Oilers, when they lost Leon Draisaitl, they lost the guy that wins face-offs. Leon Draisaitl, Jeff, is the guy that wins face-offs for the Oilers. You lose him, you look at the face-off numbers, it can be argued, like I said, you win 4 or 5, maybe it's a different game. I'm not saying it's the reason, but it's one of those things where, not talked about maybe enough in terms of things that could have changed the outcome. Now again, right, it's, okay, well, Nuge hit the post. Okay, well, Stuart Skinner needed to save that Garland goal. Okay, well, again, there's too much okay, well in that hockey game to really go out there and pinpoint it, but obviously any area the Oilers can improve, they need to improve after game 1. So that's one thing I'd like to see them improve, is the face-off dot, and hopefully that gets going for us tonight. So BMAC, Perry looks so slow. I think if he's on the 4th, he'll preserve some energy and be more effective. See, foot speed is not the problem for Corey Perry. And I think this is kind of maybe a little bit of a demonstrative issue of the Oilers' problems in game 1, is when they lost Leon Draisaitl in the second period, the engagement level 360 degrees around their game disappeared, right? I mean, after the midway point of that second period, right after they scored that 4th goal, every aspect of their game evaporated from what has made them successful at times in these playoffs. And Corey Perry, when he's successful, he's not fast. He's not the hardest hitter on the team, but he's pesky. He's in your face. He's irritating. And I don't think we saw one single Oilers player in that back half of the game that was really irritating the Canucks, right? I think you saw Kane in the first 25, 30 minutes of that game hit Quinn Hughes twice, from what I remember, where it's like, oh, this is going to be tough for Hughes this entire series. You didn't see that in the back half of the game. So I'm looking for something different here, one might say, in terms of Corey Perry. I'm not worried about his foot speed. I'm not worried about where he plays in the lineup. It's when it comes down to Corey Perry, there's deficiencies there. He's old. He's slow, sure. But that's not what I'm counting on him for. I need him to... I'm not even counting on him scoring goals or points. I need him in there whacking the goal stick out of the goalie's hands after the whistle. I need him in there chopping at a loose puck in the crease and eating a punch from a defenseman that gets us a power play, right? What did the Oilers do after getting the too many men power play that scored the opening goal to draw a power play in that game? Short answer, nothing, right? Again, it's kind of one of those things for the Oilers where, there's so many things you can improve in game 1 to game 2 that, as Jeff's saying, right? Not the problem, move on. You can play whack-a-mole with 8, 9, 10, 12, 20 different things and say it's not the problem. But now you're looking at something else as the problem, but somebody else can whack-a-mole that one and say that's not the problem, this is. So I think very clearly there's so much to clean up that if the Oilers really come through with a committed effort and really do the things that make them successful, and like I said, those 4 Bakersfield alumni players have a good game, you win this one tonight, and the panic button kind of gets reset. Now, you lose tonight in any dramatic fashion, whether it be a blowout or whether it be a back-breaking comeback from the Canucks again. Yeah, okay, sound the panic alarm because we're going home down 2-0 in what is a real sketchy situation after 2 games. So we'll see what the case is, friends, but lots, and I mean this is the nicest part about this pregame, right? Last game we were kind of just mulling around trying to find things to talk about. Tonight, there's no shortage, right? We can all jam around whatever we want to talk about, and until the game, the puck drops and we get going, we're going to go blue in the face about nothing because it all doesn't matter for nothing until pucks dropped and the Oilers start providing results, good or bad. So we'll see where we go there tonight. Jeff, to the Colorado Avalanche point, the only thing that the Oilers have on Colorado that maybe, if Stuart Skinner continues to prove that after a bad game, he's going to go out and dominate the next few, the Oilers have the offense to pick apart Georgiev. Now, obviously, the backups for Colorado, do they Aiden Hill the situation and win the cup? It's Colorado, right? McKinnon, Makar, my boy Cale Makar, 100%. I think Colorado, out of anyone at the current moment, based on how the teams have stacked up to start the second round, Colorado on merit wins that all day. The East is not winning the cup this year. I can guarantee you for a fact, the East will not win the cup this year. It's physically impossible. You look at what Florida, Boston, and what Carolina and New York are doing to each other. It's nasty, it's hard, it's physical, and both teams that go on to the Eastern Conference Final are going to be beat to poop, quite literally. And then they're going to beat each other to even more of a pulp, and then they're going to try to go win a cup. Ain't going to work. Same thing with Florida last year. Vegas cakewalked them. So when it comes down to it tonight, and as this second round continues along, until proven otherwise, yes, Colorado 100% has the best chance to win. If Edmonton faces Colorado, there are some merits to the Oilers game that if, yeah, they could do it. But any team right now that is not eliminated, which is all 8 remaining, could still win the Stanley Cup. If, right? That's if. So, yeah, Colorado's my best shot. But until the Oilers are eliminated, I ain't turning on them yet. So we'll see where we go, friends. But as we go along here, we've got some more friends joining the chat here. Bane RC's along for the ride. Darcy is along for the ride. Jared's along for the ride. And Andrew as well has joined the chat here, friends, as we queue up this early part. Early part of tonight's hockey game. I think we've got, 40-ish minutes to puck drop, maybe only 30. I don't know what the correct number will be tonight. I've heard rumors maybe it's an earlier puck drop. If Peter, I know you're pretty plugged into what's going on with puck drops. If you've got info, let me know. But Art, welcome aboard. And I think very simply put for the Oilers, as RC's saying, a key to success tonight, you allow 2 goals or less, you probably win the hockey game. So we'll see what the Oilers can do this evening, that's for sure, as we continue along here on the pregame show, friends. We're just booting along. I guess right now to say 128 of you aboard, it's kind of weird, right? I'm not quite used to seeing those kind of big numbers here early on in the pregame portion. So if you're just tuning in, thank you for being aboard. Definitely want you to hit that like button. You know what happened last game. We got crazy towards the end. I don't know if anyone saw the end stats there. I don't know if I announced it, but we had 898 people peek out in the third period right after Vancouver made it 5-4. So we can get crazy in here. And for those of you that were here last time, you saw the chat just straight ticker. So definitely let's get crazy again here in game 2. And I expect more of the same tonight. For those of you tuning in as well, I'll set the lines here tonight if you would. We don't gamble on the stream. We don't gamble at all on sports. That is my guarantee to you. I am not that guy. I'll bet you $20 on the hockey game, physical cash, if you want to bet me $20 when you come in to see me at work. But I ain't betting on any apps or none of that. So the line tonight on the watch hours, I guess you could say the line tonight. I think I set it at 600 for game number 1. You know what? I got full confidence. Let's go for 1,000 again tonight. I think that's a pretty simple, easy, achievable number. We were at 1,000 about at the start of the third period, so we're going to see if we can top out there. Again, for those of you new to the chat, just tuning in for the first time, listening to me talk about watch hours on a live stream on YouTube, what does that mean? That literally means how well I'm doing, because if you're new here, you don't know that I do play-by-play when the game's actually on. Again, that's a whole nother thing we'll explain later on, but for those of you tuning in for the first time, when I'm doing the play-by-play, right, I'm not interacting. If you send a message, I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking about the game. I'm telling you what's happening in the game. It's not everybody's cup of tea. It's obviously not the best way to listen to the game. There is 630 Ched and Jack Michaels. There's obviously audio feeds in the States. So when it comes down to it, that watch time is a real critical number to tell me how well I'm retaining you back home, and kind of tells me, okay, am I having a good broadcast, bad broadcast? Maybe I am really dull right now and need to pick it up because people are coming in and leaving right away. So that's really all that is at the end of the day. So we'll see where we go tonight. Friends, just welcome aboard. When you stop skating, you lose the game. Well, let me tell you, for the Oilers, they stopped skating, predicted that they would still be able to win the game because they just defended against LA in the last 2 third periods and just flipped it out center, but then didn't realize that the Canucks are kind of coming a little harder into the corners than maybe LA did, and results happen, right? I think that's pretty clear. So we'll see what the results are tonight, my friend, as we go along here. Ernie, we've got some Canucks fans in the chat, and Trent, let's see you back aboard. Glad to have you on for another ride as we go along again tonight. And Christian, welcome aboard, saying the Oilers are going to win. I like those kind of comments. And Walter's asking what the score is so far. Well, I'm going to tell you, Mr. Heisenberg, simply put, the score is 0-0. Puck's yet to drop. It's 4-2 Florida, if you're interested in that. But right now, we are just kind of chilling out, waiting right now. And Jeff, that's the thing, right? Is like I'm saying with the commentating, it's not everybody's cup of tea, but the one thing that makes it a little more hard to follow, I guess, even for myself, is I'm watching on TV, right? I'm guilty of whatever angles on the TV. That's all I can tell you. I don't know what's happening behind the play. I don't know what's happening even regularly on the play. I didn't even know Draisaitl was out of the game, But when you're listening on volume 2 on the TV, because the microphone's going to pick it up, kind of lose a lot of the hockey game. But end of the day, that is why I've guaranteed for those of you friends back home, when it comes down to it, if the Oilers have a chance to clinch the cup at home, I have been here all season long, live streaming these hockey games, enjoying it every moment with you. I will be in that Rogers Place like a dirty shirt. They will have to restrain me to keep me out of there. Yes, I will pay for my ticket. I will pay whatever they ask me to pay for my ticket, but it would take a lot to keep me out of Rogers Place for Connor clinching the cup. So we'll see where we go towards that. So yeah, we are sitting here rolling along. Kevin, welcome aboard. And Drew, how are we feeling? Again, I think if you're asking from a Canucks angle, still think we're favorites. I think we're 100% favorites still, because obviously everybody's favorites until otherwise eliminated. The only thing I'm sitting here saying is after game 2, if we choke a 4-0 lead or 4-1 lead, or if we choke a hockey game right from the start and lose 7-1, I'll push the panic button then, right? Okay, you know what? Fair enough. Bite me once, whatever, right? Bite me twice, okay, now I'm shy, right? Once bitten, twice shy. We'll go once bitten, twice proved right, and then third time shy. That's what we'll go with as 100%. I'm not sitting here saying the Canucks are a terrible team. I just have watched the Oilers all year, and I know what they're capable of, and if they play to what they're capable of, good things happen. That said, Canucks still have a say in that. So we'll see. Yeah, we'll see where the Oilers go here tonight. But 4-2 for Florida with 2:52 to go in the third period. So there's a bunch going on here before this hockey game gets underway. Tanner, welcome aboard. And yeah, we are about set to get this one going. Are we able to watch it here? Unfortunately, friends, for those of you who wondered if you can watch the game, I know we always get this question mark every live stream before the puck drops. You can't watch the game here. The NHL is gracious enough not to take down my stream for me doing third-party play-by-play of their broadcast, so that's huge. I have a little nice agreement with them on that front, but if I were to show you the hockey game, goodbye. You don't hear from Dolynny TV again in this fashion. So we'll not do that. We'll stay away from the dangers of the NHL, and we'll just make sure you're up to date with the hockey game with the play-by-play that they do so allow me to do. So here we go, friends. We are now inside the last 3 minutes in Boston, Florida. It's a 2-goal game. The Bruins are chasing the hockey game. And obviously for the Oilers, we should not be delayed getting underway tonight so long as the score remains the same. So, and welcome aboard as well, cheering for the Oilers this evening as we get closer to puck drop here. Now about probably, I guess 32 minutes to go if it is an 8:20 puck drop confirmed. So we got some time yet to get there, but we'll see what happens here. And of course, again, friends, I do want to tell you, if you're a big fan of Patrick and Toff over on the Rig 72 on the Oilers Fanatic, you've tuned into those live streams last year during the playoffs. I'm going to tell you they're live for the first time all playoffs tonight, and live for the first time in a little while. You might want to go hang out there. I mean, I'll miss you, but I won't mind you being gone over there if that's where you end up. So definitely a little advertisement for those boys as they get fired up for the first time tonight. And I do also want to say, Austin Hockey, who emerged on the scene early on this season, kind of into the YouTube realm here for the Oilers. Well, he's been doing the Oilers game streams as well throughout the playoffs and pretty handily doing a good job as well. So 3 options this evening for you as we get underway in a matter of a few moments here. And I do want you to, if you have a chance, if you go tune in over there on the intermission or whatever, I want you to go give those guys some time as well if you have a moment this evening. So Flipperdo, welcome aboard, and Chewbacca as well, tuning in, expecting a big game for the Edmonton Oilers tonight. And yeah, that's kind of where we're sitting, right? I think the natural pick is Connor McDavid, 100%, that makes sense. But tonight for the Oilers, if you missed the pregame amble there, right, the pregame rant to start the live stream, I'm counting on 4 Bakersfield alumni players, right? Dylan Holloway, Ryan McLeod, Evan Bouchard, and Stuart Skinner. Those 4 have a good game. Good night. We're going to be fine. That's what I will tell you this evening. So, Kinder, welcome aboard. As I'm not a fan of the Oilers, but I think it'll be fun, win or lose. Hope the best team wins. There's a motto I can get behind on the 18-year anniversary of Sean Horkoff winning a game against the San Jose Sharks in the second round of the playoffs in triple overtime. It's Friday night, friends. I told you we're going to party tonight. If we get triple overtime, let's go. We're going to have a great evening for sure. So, especially for all of us West Coasters. Peter, the East Coast contingent, I am so sorry. I am trying to speak that into existence. All right. Let's get this going. Ace, welcome aboard tonight as we get going this evening. We are literally just, right, like I'm saying, it's now 7:50. We're half an hour or less away from puck drop. The Oilers about to really get things fired up for what's going to be a hopefully special response to what was a rough game in Game 1. And like I said, I think we talked about it a million times over here. To see here this evening, I think, right, whatever the points were brought up, it is really for the Oilers. You can attack last game at so many angles, and it's just, you still don't have a full answer other than, as it's been put a couple of times, I put it as a choke job because, quite honestly, I was baffled. I'm like, we had the game and we lost it, right? Like, to me, that's a choke job. But the more ample word for it, I guess you could say, is collapse. But again, all of that frees the Vancouver Canucks their responsibility of roaring on back in that game and really taking charge. So again, tonight, lots to attack. See what the Oilers do with it. Smurfy, welcome aboard, and Galen, welcome aboard as well as we get things going off. Welcome into the subscriber crew. Thank you so much for hitting that button right there, friends. Tonight, I guess I should advertise that again here. I actually haven't done that yet. If you are new to the channel, friends, I've already set the over-under on the watch time, which is going to hit the over, I can promise you that. The subscribers tonight, I know we were hitting 15,500 is the goal last game, 15,500. Tonight, looking for 15,700. I think we can probably, in this second round series, even if we make a few Canucks fans enemies, we can make some few Canucks fans friends and probably get up to that 15,700 if I'm making sure I'm careful on hitting that subscribe button ad for you tonight. So we roll along the first 1,000 views on the live stream down. We are in for a good one tonight, friends. I think it wasn't until puck drop in games 1 through 5 on those games against LA that we hit 1,000 views. So again tonight, looking forward to having you aboard for what should be a good call this evening. Janice, welcome aboard. Unexpected day off tomorrow. You'll stay up and hope we win. Well, enjoy the heck out of it, right? I'm calling triple overtime, just Sean Horkoff and all. But in fact, that's a game, friends, I did not get to watch. I like bringing mud into the house as a kid. Now, I don't know what you know about springtime and weather and stuff, but in Alberta, it can get muddy in the springtime. And I'm pretty sure I brought a whole bunch of mud into the house and spread it all over the carpet. I think that's what got me grounded that time from the television. And quite simply, I missed Game 3 against the Sharks. So we'll hopefully get to witness triple overtime tonight in an Oilers dramatic wraparound win, if all comes to fruition. Friday night, let's party, right? Yeah, as we go here as well. Kara, welcome in, asking if I show the game or just watch the score. I don't just watch the score. I will do the play-by-play for you. Again, friends, if you're just tuning in wondering what the heck happens here, I do your play-by-play. I guess you could say Jack Michaels minus, right? The highest level of play-by-play I've ever called is Junior B hockey. I have called National Tournament for Fast Pitch. Again, a little obscure, I think, for most sports fans, but National Tournament for Fast Pitch, a Canadian Championship. Again, baffles my mind that I did that in 2014 now. We're coming up on the 10-year anniversary, but it is what it is. As we go along here, friends, we continue to see Gav join in the chat tonight. We unofficially think that Draisaitl will play. It was Bob Stauffer saying if he played Game 6 against LA in 2022 and got hurt the way he did and then played Game 7, he will play Game 2 tonight. So keep that as what it is, as I'm sure that will be a popular question this evening. All right, as we go along, is there anything else tonight that we're missing? Don't think so. Strange, welcome aboard. The boys, I'm hoping the boys storm back with vengeance tonight. One should hope so. One should think it should be led by Connor McDavid. One might add that the Edmonton Oilers are going to find a way to get this job done tonight. So we'll see where that goes this evening. But the Edmonton Oilers obviously about set to get underway here in a matter of moments, friends. As it's going to be very interesting to see what the response to start Game 2 is and what the response from the Vancouver Canucks faithful in Rogers Arena is, as yikes, right? They got loud at the end of Game 1. You let them get loud at the start of Game 2, it could be a long night for the Edmonton Oilers this evening. So the Florida Panthers and Boston Bruins officially up and done, a 6-2 final, a 2-1 series lead for the Florida Panthers. So awesome to see there, as well as we continue to get set for tonight's hockey game, friends. Again, we are closing in on puck drop, just about 25 minutes or thereabout until things officially get underway. Northern Farm Girl joins the chat, and of course we get things rolling with all you kind of chatting amongst yourselves here tonight as we're about set to get this hockey game officially underway in 20 minutes or so. And as we go, friends, the watch time update for the first time on live stream. How about this? We're already up over 56.65 hours on the stream. So, we are really close to getting things rolling, obviously, towards that 1,000 mark. I think the biggest thing is tonight, it's got to be a tight game down the stretch, one might add, to keep the interest in this hockey game. I think the Oilers desperately, as Gord's saying, need to play a full 60. Again, in the playoffs, you can play 50 minutes and win a hockey game. The Oilers played 50 minutes and lost a hockey game. Didn't play a perfect 50, but after 50 minutes, they were still in position to win the hockey game. The only thing is, you can't quit playing a hockey game somewhere in that 50 minutes, right? That's the problem, and that's what the Oilers did. So tonight, if the Oilers don't quit and win the hockey game the majority of the way, they can squeak by. But yes, playing a full 60, they are going to bury the Canucks by chance. So we'll see what happens. Kimo, welcome aboard as we get everybody going here for the Oilers and the Canucks tonight. I really don't know where else to go with this one. We've attacked it a million different ways. Sandbox, welcome in. I think the only other thing to say is I hope Stuart Skinner is ready to back up what he said in his post-game interview. I know some people really didn't like his comments. I think as an Oilers fan, it's a welcome sight to see that he's like, give me Game 2. Come on, it's one game. We didn't lose the series because of it. Give me Game 2. So Stuart Skinner's set on going out and winning Game 2. This game gets pretty interesting pretty quick, and that's kind of his mentality after Game 2 against the LA Kings. So we'll see again if Stuart Skinner reigns supreme following a loss against the opposing team. So we have a little bit to go here before the puck officially drops. Just shy of 8 o'clock right now. Again, friends, tonight you would notice the plaid shirt has changed up. We began the playoffs wearing the jersey not on the wall. For those of you that are astute observers of the studio, you would know there's one jersey missing, that being the reverse retro. So tonight, I keep the theme going. I'm going to bounce back and forth. We'll go jersey, plaid shirt, jersey, jersey, plaid shirt. Basically, it's going to be the pattern 1, 2, 2, 2, 2 the rest of the way home. Hopefully close it out on a jersey. That'd be nice. Good footage for the camera, I guess you could say. But what I'm saying is we go to plaid shirt number 2 following Game 1's loss. The Hot Sauce Company orange and black, kind of reminiscent of maybe a few old Oilers jerseys back in the day that have circulated around the country. So that's where we find ourselves getting set for game number 2, friends. Looking to change the momentum, the superstitions staying alive again here on Dolynny TV, entering the second round. And you know what? Some folks actually said, hey, I was getting sick of seeing the Oilers plaid. Let's see something different. And maybe tonight the Hot Sauce Company shirt becomes the Kickstarter of a turnaround in this series. So yeah, friends, we are booting up for tonight's live stream as Rig 72 live stream has flipped live, and the Oilers Fanatic is live over on his channel with Toff as the special guest, getting going for the first time in the playoffs. So again, friends, I will tell you, if you want to go check out that, I would encourage you to do so tonight. I will not mind you dipping out for 20 minutes to go give those guys 20 minutes of your time or whatever you want to give them. So again, the starting goaltenders tonight remain unchanged. The numbers, though, they have as Stuart Skinner 4-2 record in the playoffs, 1 shutout, 301 goals against average, 893 save percentage. So again, a big game for me tonight changes those for a positive, and a big game from the Oilers offense changes the 3-1, 1 shutout, 228 goals against average, 908 save percentage, Archer's Shilvas. So we'll see where this goes. Obviously, we are just moments away from puck drop. Obviously, maybe 6 minutes, maybe 20 minutes. Who really knows? I mean, it's going to be the best mystery in the NHL tonight as to how it all plays out. Dalek, welcome aboard. As we are, like I'm saying, getting closer to that puck drop and finding out kind of what the Oilers' response is tonight here, as I can't quite get the chair to move properly. My apologies there. As we're going to get going here towards the game. They've had the intro to Hockey Night in Canada play on the broadcast, and we are about set to get tonight's hockey game going. Again, friends, I will right now take the moment to encourage you to hit that like button on tonight's live stream. For those of you that were here last time round, new to the channel, you kind of maybe getting the sense of where I'm going with that. It just tells YouTube, Google, hey, this is a good stream that people are enjoying. People want to click on this, push it. And with that, we get crazy in the third period and really have a good time. And if we get a chance tonight, you see a totally different version of me than you did in game one. If we get a chance tonight, we might have triple overtime and a really good time to reminisce 18 years ago, Sean Horkoff wrapping around and beating the San Jose Sharks to get back in that series. So we'll see where this hockey game goes. Obviously, Oilers fans getting fired up for tonight's hockey game. I love the safety vest crew. There have been multiple guys down at the Moss Pit wearing the good old safety vest. As a guy who wears a safety vest on the regular, I approve of that fashion choice. I've worn the safety vest to dinner more times than a guy can count. But again, friends, we'll quickly check that watch time one more time here as the spring 20-degree weather down here in southern Alberta is throwing a guy for a loop, quite honestly, with kind of using the heater down here or not. We're up over 73 hours watched on the stream. So to tell you that, we are set up to get this going here in a matter of moments, as we'll get going, as well as Northern Farm Girl letting us know as well that Oilers fan reaction is going with live stream. Northern Farm Girl, are we confirming that? There was a 4th live stream tonight. I like that. All right, good to go. This one thing, friends, for those of you that might know me way back when, and this is kind of the beauty of taking that year and a half off, way back when, the reason I became the person I became at the very end of version 1 of Dolynny TV Edmonton Oilers coverage is there was a lack of a realistic sounding board, whether it be someone like Patrick, who I talk to almost daily, or whether it be somebody out there in the Oilers sphere that really was given the same effort I was. There was a real lack of that until Patrick came around, and it really made it tough to keep the mind sound, right? You think about those early years, whether it be 18, 19, 19, 20, 20, 21, those were weird, tough years as an Oilers fan. High expectations, low results, whatever the case might be, emerging talents, different stuff. But it really got to me, and I think it really ate me up. But all of a sudden, the biggest thing that changed, and the reason I came back, is watching Patrick really burst onto the scene as the Oilers fanatic and really come through and build a culture in the Oilers community that I had never seen centered around the news, right? Every single day, lining up in droves. You guys back home were on Patrick's stuff, checking it out. So it's fantastic all these years later, right? This is year number 6, 7, I guess, of doing it, depending how you look at it. And all these years later, like now we're seeing Oilers fan reaction who's been in the chat sometimes during the playoffs this year, seeing more folks joining into the Oilers community, it's only a positive, right? I think anyone that sits here and says, oh, Tyson, you got a big duty because your subscriber base is so big, I will tell you, honestly, I have a little leg up on that category. Before I was an Oilers guy, I had a lot of help thanks to the MLB The Show and EA NHL communities. I came into the Oilers realm with about 6,500 subscribers. So, I definitely think that there's a lot of great guys that have done way more for building this community as it is today and continues to grow through these playoffs than possibly I will ever do here on YouTube. So, fantastic to see Northern Farm Girl. Definitely thank you for putting that in the chat there. And let's get to this, friends. Margaret joins the chat. Spencer joins the chat. And we are ready to get things going here in a matter of moments. And sorry, I did not realize that was Oilers After Dark. Okay, there we go. There you have it. So Oilers After Dark rebranded. Okay, good to go. Friends, we are about set for game number 2. Vancouver leads the series 1-0. Banjo Guy is in attendance for the Oilers. He is in tough if we end up losing game 2. Seems to be surrounded by several Canucks fans. Canucks taken to the ice here for game number 2 as the fans are into it right out of the gate. Magic joins the chat. So does a guy named Canucks. Okay. Hi, girl, whatever. Named Canucks as we get set for this one. Jim's aboard, and we are about set to get things going here this evening, friends. For the Oilers, though, it has got to be a big performance, and that is where we'll find ourselves entering action tonight. The Oilers have a lot to work on and a lot that they have to do to try and find a way to win tonight's hockey game. And with that, I'm going to take a quick mention here to check if we are... Yeah, we are kind of running up against Patrick's live. Who else is live? Austin's live, so that's everything I got there. Good to go. That's everything I can see quickly. Cool. Friends, we are going here for this one as Game 2 gets underway momentarily here for the Edmonton Oilers. Michael's saying Shield wants to have a strong game. Well, I think too, Stuart Skinner will probably have a pretty solid game for the Oilers as the Canucks crowd is very loud, very scary, and we're going to hopefully see the Oilers settle into this hockey game pretty quickly and maybe do something to earn an early power play. But the Canucks fans, I mean, Vancouver is just letting the Canucks fans give it to the Edmonton Oilers, and now we will stop for the national anthem this evening as the Oilers prepare to get things underway here on a Friday night out in Vancouver in what is an important game number 2. Leon Draisaitl on the ice for the Anthems. As we are going to see what the Oilers have in store for us tonight, friends. We're just closing in on 2,000 views on the live stream, so we're in for a pretty good one down the stretch as we are getting set for Elizabeth Irving to once again sing our sole anthem for tonight. The best anthem in the world. Might be biased, but pretty dang proud as well. Oh Canada, as we get set for the Edmonton Oilers and the Vancouver Canucks in game number 2. Friends, both teams need a big response here. Need a big time momentum swing right out of the game. So shout out, you might get to see some Whited and Newfoundlander become an Edmonton Oilers fan. For those of you out on the East Coast, whether you be on the eastern seaboard of the United States or the East Coast of Canada, my apologies. That is a tough slug this evening, but thank you for your patience. Thank you for your time, as it is going to be a late night if I get my wish of triple overtime. And as well, friends, for those of you tuning in from across the other side of the Pacific or down in Southern America, thanks for being aboard. You know what? All kinds of different time zones, all kinds of different complications, as some of you are well into Saturday already, as I think Gav would tell you that for sure. Let's do this, friends. Oh, Canada's up and done. I don't know how to start tonight's hockey game. Oh boy. Okay, let's do this, shall we? I am just sitting here, a little nervous, a little excited. It's Friday night, let's party. But at the same rate, too, let's get this job going here this evening. As Daniel, welcome aboard. We're welcoming in everybody back in here as we get everybody's last few chats in. Avery tuning in from, like I said, across the Pacific. So keep that in mind, friends. It's going to be mid-afternoons, early days, late days for everybody involved. And this one could be one of those games that somehow, some way, it goes 6 hours. Mark, let's see what happens tonight. I like that, right? We'll see what happens tonight. That is about the best way to put it, as JT Miller draws in for the face-off against Leon Draisaitl. Carson Soucy, good old Irma, Alberta boy, on the ice here for the Vancouver Canucks, as Connor McDavid will take the face-off at center ice. And whacking and hacking away off the draw was Leon Draisaitl. The Oilers win the draw. That's one thing we mentioned, is Draisaitl's across quickly into the Canucks zone. McDavid, the one-timer, just fired up off a body and then backhanded it off the boards awkwardly and back into Canucks possession as Hyman tries to keep it alive. Bounces out into the neutral for Bouchard, who hammers it back in far side corner inside the Canucks end. McDavid buries the Canucks in deep as help from Miller aids the puck away from the Oilers' attack. And this one will skate out of the zone thanks to Carson Soucy up through the middle of the ice, tipped on into the Oilers' end. The Canucks peel off for a line change. Besser delivers a hit and a Ekholm and then takes a little stick work there for his troubles. P.S. Suter, JT Miller, Brock Besser will be your top line for the Vancouver Canucks tonight. Bouncing through the neutral zone, the puck finds its way to Silvas and it will be covered up and held on to by the rookie netminder for the Vancouver Canucks here to start game number 2. Connor McDavid right out of the gate bottled up, turnstile JT Miller, and then got a rip of a shot off, but just kind of clubbed up on it and fired it right into his own feet. As Hronek and Quinn Hughes again looking to have a good dynamic game shutting down the Oilers offense. The Oilers again have to take it to the second pair of Nikita Zadorov and Ian Cole as much and as early and as often as possible. Face off down inside the Canucks zone. Goes to Ian Cole, who will backhand up the boards and try to get this one up through the neutral zone. The Canucks across the line turn it over to the Oilers and picked up by Nugent Hopkins. Far side pass. The Oilers drifted in to the Canucks territory into Silvas, who plays to the near side to Zadorov. Zadorov up the boards, plays it there for Dakota Joshua, who will see it left down low. Evander Kane pushes past Zadorov, falls down a second time. No penalty upcoming. The Oilers staple the forecheck, but the Canucks exit the zone and give it right back to Corey Perry, who's got it inside the Canucks end once again. And the Oilers right now coming hard and heavy, but the Canucks, they ain't shying away. They are throwing the hits just the same. Canucks 3-on-2 across the Oilers line, drifting towards the net. Save made in a defensive stick for the Oilers. Stops a chance right in front. Stuart Skinner is first of the night. Remember, he had about 7-8 saves before he gave up the first goal, one might remember. So you got to hope the Oilers can kind of get that same dynamic situation out of Skinner here and then hold it the rest of the way home as Desharnais claps it off the end wall, picked up by Kulak up the left wing and out of the Oilers zone. Perry half skating to the bench, half skating towards the puck, goes off for a line change. The Canucks fail to get traction through the neutral. Quinn Hughes, left-hand side of Silvas, inside of his own zone, looks to Hronek for the safe play. Up the gut it goes, tipped in, and the Canucks again will look to make the line change. Unfortunately, though, the wrong side of center the stick was on, and it will be an icing call against the Vancouver Canucks. So Corey Perry takes a heavy jolt from Nikita Zadorov, sending him to the ice. That's what I'm talking about. The Oilers have laid the body. Kane rocked Zadorov earlier on the shift, and you're going to assume that Zadorov has made himself a target here in Game 2 after a 2-point performance in Game 1. As this is a face-off now for McDavid. He'll go down inside the Canucks zone, trying to push it forward off the draw. Didn't do so. Draisaitl blows a tire, gets right back up to his feet. McDavid across the line, dancing, takes a jolt from 2 Canucks. The Oilers turn over the puck and back the other way. Hughes will flip inside the Oilers corner near side as it's backhanded up along the wall. Hyman's got the outside look to Draisaitl, turns back, pivots at the blue line and starts ahead, firing it into the far side wall inside the Canucks territory. Picked up there once over by Draisaitl, fired back to Hyman by McDavid. Hyman off the rim, and then he is torqued. I mean torqued by JT Miller taking that shot. Hyman pops right back up, but I mean Hyman just got dummied by JT Miller. Clean open ice hit as Hyman did not see him coming until the last second, braced with the hands up and the puck goes up and out of play as the Oilers' top line takes a little bit of a beating just 3 minutes in to this evening's action. Friends, 1-0 the shots on goal for the Vancouver Canucks. A pretty even start to this hockey game with a physical tone that maybe we didn't see early on in that hockey game last time out. Derek Ryan on the ice with Dylan Holloway. Pucks back to the blue line for Nurse, who lets it go. Shot through traffic. Oilers were successful on a couple of those last game. Fired and Shilvas made the save as the Canucks clear the zone. Quinn Hughes back inside his own end to Hronek. Goes back to Hughes in the middle of the Canucks territory, up the left wing, through into the Oilers' end. A big hit along the wall there from Ceci sends Connor Garland headfirst into the boards, gingerly of course. 16:40 to go in this first period. Puck up the left wing from in behind, tipped in by the Oilers down to Shilvas, who will go to the far side, picking it up Hronek as the Oilers and Canucks start settling in to tonight's action. Hughes across the Oilers line just drifts it into the corner. Both teams are going to look for that first grade A scoring chance here as both teams set up the attack. McLeod, or sorry, is that Fogle? Is that McLeod? That's Nugent Hopkins got a shot from the blue line in on Shilvas. Canucks fans calling for a penalty on Nugent Hopkins. None upcoming as Mr. Stuart Skinner will be out to play the puck. And there is indeed actually a penalty on Ryan Nugent Hopkins. They kind of showed Stuart Skinner skating with it there for a minute, but it looks like yeah, Ryan Nugent Hopkins gets the stick in the feet of Nikita Zadorov, and that will be a penalty for tripping. So right out of the back, or right out of the start, sorry, the Oilers go to the penalty kill, which has been perfect throughout the start of these playoffs. They will once again be tested here. Canucks power play operating at a 1-for-8 clip so far through the first 7 games of their playoffs, as the penalty killers get to work here as this one's up the boards inside the Canucks zone as the Oilers get the first clear. As this one back near side now for Miller. Miller down low into the Canucks end, sets up Elias Pettersson and on the attack with speed. Cross to the far side, the Canucks get the puck rolling around. Here's Hughes over to Miller. The shot, far side pass scores as Stuart Skinner didn't even react to the pass to Elias Lindholm. And just like that, the Canucks make it 1-0. And this may spell trouble for the Oilers. This is their biggest bright spot in the playoffs, has been the penalty kill. And they just got turnstiled by the Vancouver Canucks. That was clinical. It's Elias Pettersson who scores the goal. And JT Miller with the shot pass, faked the shot, scored. As, wow, that, yikes, is not a good start for the Edmonton Oilers. That said, it's only 1-0. The team that scored the power play goal to start last hockey game, teams that have scored the power play goal until proven otherwise to open the scoring in each hockey game in this series, one game, have not won the hockey game. We'll like that stat early on. That's how we'll pitch it here early on, as this one comes near side now, backhanded down low by the Canucks. Big hit there along the boards, almost freed it up for Vancouver, but the Oilers up the right wing. Here's Hyman across the line into the Canucks territory. Hyman looking towards the net, has Ekholm in behind the goal line, bounced off the boards to Draisaitl, backhand in front, jammed away off a Canucks body, back to Draisaitl from Hyman. Hyman will look down the boards for McDavid. McDavid in behind the net, looks right in front for Hyman. Stolen away by the Canucks and pitched back the other way as it'll come back into the neutral zone. Down the boards, tipped in for Stuart Skinner. 14:53 to go in the first period. So right, again, early first period power play goal. You got to hope that that spells trouble for Vancouver, as it did for the Oilers by the game's end in Game 1. Is this in the neutral zone? Evander Kane's got the puck. 14:38 to go in the first period. The shots are 2-2, ripped in by the Oilers. Far side boards it goes as it's batted there to the near side again by the Vancouver, looking for the easy exit. A couple of hits along the boards on Zadorov, ends up seeing the puck flip to the far side for the Canucks. Across the line, the shot ripped from the point, blocked in front, never hit Stuart Skinner. And it comes back now free for Fogle. Fogle will go to the far side, picked up by Kane, fired back inside the Oilers' offensive zone. They complete a line change. This game already feels like it's been going on a long while, and we are technically only 14 minutes to go in this first period, so only 6 minutes in, as Perry goes clipping in against Zadorov, and then there's all kinds of mayhem inside the Canucks zone. Perry accidentally lands on top of a guy, tripping on his own 2 feet as Mikheyev wheels and deals around the Canucks zone to the near side. It comes for Hughes. Stutter step slash there from Perry goes uncalled. Big hit by Nurse, just turtled one of the Canucks players, and that is going to draw a little ire of the Canucks as Pettersson takes an extra shot from Nurse for maybe what was an easy go on to the ice, as Nurse seemed a little upset with that one, and a good little extra shot there at the end of the shift there for Nurses. This one comes now free inside the Canucks zone for Adam Henrique, who is on the ice for the Oilers. You like to see that, as Corey Perry will get things going here for the Oilers. Down low to Ryan McLeod, jamming along the boards. Henrique quickly on Hughes as Perry jostles up a puck and scrambles it free for Evan Bouchard inside the zone. Bouchard across, he's onside, thought he was offside, pulled a good old Cale Makar 2022 third round, as Bouchard from the point will step around the defender, look to get the shot onto the tape of Connor McDavid. McDavid will drift off to the far side, and the Oilers have something rolling inside the Canucks zone. The cycle is going, and Hyman will go back to the tape of McDavid. Draisaitl in the one-time position gives way for McDavid in behind the net, as Draisaitl will roll to the far side, back to the point for Bouchard. The shot through traffic tips up off of Hronek and Hyman. Hyman steals it away. The Oilers really have something cooking here. 40 seconds inside the offensive zone. Ekholm drifts a shot right onto the tape far side boards of Draisaitl after a bounce in front. 45 seconds inside the Canucks zone. Back to Ekholm as the puck comes off the wall. Ekholm turns it over, and it's fired out by the Canucks for an icing call. And the Vancouver Canucks are in trouble here, as it's a 1-0 game just 8 minutes in. Buckle up. As, Darnell Nurse just absolutely buckled Pettersson, who, being a smaller guy, taking a hit in that position and head whipping like that, his head had hit the boards pretty hard. That's a scary moment for the Vancouver Canucks, but hey, he seems to be on the bench still, so he's not down the tunnel. That's good. I want this to be best on best. I don't want this to be the Oilers win game 3, 4, and 5, and 6 because the Canucks have no one available to play for them. Back up off the face-off. Kane rips the shot towards the net. It goes up off the glass, stays in play. McDavid Nuge rolling here as the Canucks have been out there for almost 2 minutes, most of them. No penalty on Fogle on a possible trip. Desharnais near side point, far side, goes up out of play into the crowd, and the puck will remain inside the Canucks territory. And the Oilers are starting to get the attack rolling midway in this first period. It took a power play goal against to warm them up, but they seem to be going now, and we'll see where that kind of leads us here. So we'll see what happens as this one goes, friends, to a chance to check the watch time this evening, as we're already up over 142 hours. So you got to figure we're well on our way to that 1,000 mark. Again, friends, we're on a commercial break. My guarantee to you in the playoffs is we'll play the commercial break on Dolynny TV is somewhere in the last commercial timeout for hockey in the last 5 minutes of each period. That said, though, in this time, I usually take an opportunity to tell you to possibly hit that subscribe button here on Dolynny TV. Tonight's goal, 15,700. 15,700 subscribers. So if you haven't already hit that subscribe button, definitely would like to have you aboard here on Dolynny TV for the rest of the series, the rest of the playoffs, as we cover whichever team goes forward. So we continue along, friends, in this commercial break. And again, the Oilers clearly have a response to being down 1-0. That is a likable thing from the Oilers for a change after the last few moments. But now tonight we'll see what the Oilers can do with it. That's the big thing. Just because the Oilers get a response, if they don't come up with results, what did it really mean at the end of the day? And that's what we're left asking ourselves when it comes down to it in Game 1. So, Gary, welcome aboard. Paulette, welcome aboard. And Scott joining along, and Northstead as well. So, Maximus in the chat, and YH as well. So, we are getting things rolling here tonight as everybody joins along for tonight's live stream. Tocchet's Pillars. And again, friends, this is an opportunity to talk about Rick Tocchet, who your guy you're currently staring at here on camera might have cursed the Oilers season this year. First game at home, right, home opener, I went and I got a chance to yell at Rick Tocchet. Maybe not the most professional thing to do, but I yelled at Rick Tocchet, said, "Great job on the turnaround, coach. You done well." And he looked at me, and as Rick Tocchet does, he's got that stare, and it's very intimidating, and it's like, oh boy, that's a big guy, and I'm not small, but I'm not big like Rick Tocchet. He looked at me, and I'm like, ooh, no. And then he went through the security line at the Oilers game, and he turned back at me, gave me a wink, and flashed a thumbs up and a little head nod as he walked into the door in the tunnel down there. And yeah, I think that meant game on right from that game forward, and the Vancouver Canucks have had a pretty good season this year. So off the face-off, the Oilers back underway. McDavid takes a jolt down low as he's getting worked over. Draisaitl, though, gets the puck from McDavid. Bouchard claps it from the point, blocked in front off the foot of, I think, Elias Lindholm or somebody. I don't know who number 23 is for the Canucks yet. As this one comes down low now for Bouchard. Bouchard up the boards, gets it into the neutral. Soucy cut off Hyman and knocked him to the ground. McDavid quickly bodies up Soucy to get the puck going back the other way for the Oilers as Bouchard across into the center ice area will drift across the Canucks line onto the tape now of McDavid as it rolls back to Ekholm and down low for Hyman running into the referee, and Soucy will take a little bit of a battle here, and back to the point it comes. Kind of died along the boards instead. McDavid off the wall. The Oilers top line really has stuff going here for against the Canucks. Backhander from Hyman lands right on the tape of Draisaitl. Shot goes up over top of the net. The Oilers top line getting things going again tonight. And we have a penalty upcoming against, I believe, the Vancouver Canucks for a hooking call. So there you have it. The Oilers are getting things started here this evening. And Scott, not opening night, home opener night. That's, I guess, what I should differentiate. Both were against the Canucks. The Canucks will go to the penalty kill. Tyler Myers in the box. That's a costly one for them. I mean, Tyler Myers is a big part of their penalty kill, big part of everything they do. He's just big in general. But now the Canucks face what they have to do with the Oilers' first penalty, or first power play of the game. So we'll see what happens. Face off inside the Canucks zone. The power play for the Oilers, after scoring that goal to open the series, is sitting at 47.6%. This one is going to be a face-off inside the Canucks zone as it's won by the Oilers more or less. It was lost, but they actually got it back almost immediately because that's just what the Oilers do on the power play. Bouchard at the point will roll over to Nugent Hopkins. Nugent Hopkins down low for McDavid, wrapping around the net, looking in front for Bouchard. Bouchard, the clap bomb through traffic. I don't think it hits Shilvas as it comes back now to Nugent Hopkins, back to Bouchard. Bouchard, the shot loading off the pass now in front for Hyman. McDavid takes a swipe at it. Draisaitl muscles the Canucks back to Bouchard. Pass right in front. The Oilers have it down low. McDavid in the one-timer. The Oilers again shoot the puck, and Shilvas with an amazing save to keep it right there as the Oilers power play generating all kinds of high danger chances here early on. Just a $1:12 remaining now as Bouchard over to Nugent Hopkins, down to McDavid. McDavid, the head fake shot, trying to put it off the bucket of Shilvas, unsuccessful, and the Oilers quickly turn over that puck, and it comes down low inside the Oilers zone, picked up by Bouchard, as the Oilers will start the attack back the other way. Bouchard across, back down low to McDavid. McDavid skates in with ease over to Draisaitl. Draisaitl takes a hit, bump along the wall, comes off the wall, back to McDavid. Fed in front, Hyman freed it up for a free second to Nugent Hopkins, over to Draisaitl. Draisaitl looking towards the net. Draisaitl still looking towards the net. Draisaitl looking to McDavid. Right in front. Draisaitl scores! Oh, right in front. Oh, friends, we got to bust this guy out. What a rip from Leon Draisaitl. Even the hockey game, all kinds of doubt if our man's playing, but you knew, as well as anyone else on this planet, Leon Draisaitl was playing the game, and he ties the hockey game at 1 apiece for the Edmonton Oilers, just like that. This one's even again, and the cause for concern goes a little away as McDavid over to Draisaitl. far side on Shilvas, and where have you heard that 1.5 million times before? What a shot from Leon Draisaitl to lead our way back into this hockey game. He looks no worse for wear out there, by the way. A little bump along the wall didn't bug him. He went down and got that going. So the Oilers back to the attack here. Like I said, losing Tyler Myers on that penalty kill really costed the Canucks, and that is McDavid's 13th assist of the playoffs. What an unreal go. As I need a second to catch my breath. That was a lot of sequence on that power play as Leon Draisaitl eventually nets the game-tying goal. We are about halfway through this first period of play. 9 minutes remaining as Draisaitl and Nugent Hopkins draw the assists. And let me tell you what happens here is Nugent Hopkins, if he wants to have a good game, the Canucks have a problem because he is going to be a big guy for the Oilers in this series. The guy who I think the Canucks don't necessarily have a full game plan for, because in the playoffs, Nugent Hopkins historically hasn't been the biggest player to game plan for. So we'll see where we go, friends, but the Oilers just about halfway through this first period find the even up goal that kind of gets us where we need to be. We're on commercial break here, but let's go quickly check this out. We've got a text message incoming. Yeah, all good. All right, good to go. I think we're flying. I don't think there's anything else we need to know. So let's take a look at the old watch time here as we're up over 10,000, which means we're up over 181 hours watched on the stream. Friends, if we finish this first period up over 250, we are in good shape as we go along for tonight's broadcast. Again, a reminder that Oilers Fan Reaction is live. Oilers Fanatic with Toff and Patrick for the Rig 72 cast is live tonight for tonight's hockey game, and Austin Hockey as well live this evening, as Oilers Canucks fans have plenty of options on the Oilers side of the conversation to find places to be this evening. So here we go. Round one, Connor McDavid ice time on the power play. Only $1.31 in game number one. The Oilers did win game 4 with $1.03 ice time from Connor. So you got to hope tonight he finds a way to the back of the net. Janelle, welcome aboard. If I missed you earlier, I think everybody else has been along for the ride for a lot of tonight so far. Alex, welcome in as well, as we are going to get this going. 8:53 to go in the first period. We're back underway. Far side puck picked up by the Oilers and flipped into the zone. Down into the Canucks end as Foegele takes a hard bump against Zadorov, frees up the puck. Like I said, tonight you're going to see the Oilers target Zadorov a lot. They'll let him run around amok. Foegele right in front. McLeod just could not handle that puck coming out of the power play goal. And this one comes all the way back inside the Oilers territory, bobbled all the way down the ice. Perfect little spin there for the Oilers. An icing call against the Vancouver Canucks as the Oilers continue to get things going. Jason, welcome aboard, and our Archimedes welcome in as well. So yeah, we are getting things rolling towards the end of this first period. Obviously the Oilers did a great job this evening responding following the Canucks opening power play goal, following their first goal against on the penalty kill all playoffs long. Connor McDavid now on the ice. Face-off won by Leon Draisaitl. Puck over to Bouchard, drifts down into the near side corner. There's 15 shot attempts for the Oilers, 3 for the Vancouver Canucks. 2 have hit the net. So in terms of efficiency, the Canucks have definitely been the more efficient team, hence why they have a goal tonight so far, as this has worked back out from behind the Canucks net. Höglander up through the middle of the ice. He's another small guy that the Oilers definitely have to take a hard run at and kind of bruise up a bit, as this one's Bouchard over to the far side. Picking ahead is Mr. Leon Draisaitl, who has the goal that even this game, playing it down in the far side corner for Hyman. Hyman takes a hard run at Hughes, and then Hughes' helmet pops off, and he has to go to the bench as McDavid gets it back to the point. McDavid across down to Ekholm, down low it came for McDavid. Draisaitl's able to steal it away. Puck battling through traffic. Shilvas will freeze it up, and now Hyman's going to dust up with the Canucks in front of the net. And we'll see where they have it. So we are good to go here. Is this one, sorry, just some more text messages coming in, but the Oilers get a good chance in front as Draisaitl drove that one in on the backhand through traffic into the tape of Shilvas, and then it came free. But Quinn Hughes took a hard jolt in behind the net. He has to restrap his elbow guards and stuff. So the Oilers doing a good job getting to the Canucks smaller players early on. The likes are nice right now, by the way, if you're keeping good score, but we'd like to get above 70. So here we go, 7:41 to go here in this first period to play. 9-4 the faceoffs for the Oilers. Good things happen if you win faceoffs, as this one's another one. 10-4 now for the Oilers. That's a big 10-4, as this will be Mattias Janmark along the boards. He gets buried and then run over by Tyler Myers, who appears worse for wear on the play than Janmark. Janmark immediately to Soucy, takes a run at him. Myers slowly trying to get up. He is hurting out there. Big man, though, can skate when injured, as we've seen many times before, as this comes back up the near side boards. And Myers just gutting it out, will go to the bench. So that's Hughes and Myers banged up back-to-back shifts. Hughes was an equipment. Myers a little bit different, as this one's 7:04 to go in this first period of play. Puck to the near side boards. Back up the wall for Hughes. He's knocked down, and then an extra shot there from Perry. That's what we want to see Perry do. Those extra shots, the greasy little extra stuff. As Garland, the Oilers are just bodying the Vancouver Canucks right now. This has been unreal to see in this middle part of this first period. The Oilers have really started laying the body and really beating up on the Vancouver Canucks. Good news there. If you want to win the physical battle, you're going to go far in this series, as this one's going to go up the wall. McLeod couldn't play that one cleanly. Desharnais over to Kulak. Kulak battling now. Near side down low to Desharnais as it comes out from behind the net, and the puck is going to roll up off the boards right onto the tape of Elias Pettersson. Far side pass to Mikheyev. Down the wing! Mono a mono, 85-mile-an-hour shot. Stuart Skinner swallows it up the whole way and prevents anything there for the Vancouver Canucks, as Tyler Myers kind of looking like Leon Draisaitl last game, as he went right up over top of Mattias Janmark and kind of landed with his arm and shoulder pinched underneath him. Looks like maybe the stick might have been a factor there as well. And the Oilers definitely doing a good job here, getting on the physical body. Desharnais lost positioning, so too did the rest of the Oilers skaters, and that allowed that Mikheyev chance. So the Oilers got to clean that up here with 6 minutes to go in this first period of play. Pucks flipped up inside the Canucks territory. Icing call against the Oilers. The shots are a lonely 5-3 in this hockey game. Xander Regan, welcome aboard, as the Oilers continue to roll here tonight. And obviously we also see for the first time tonight our appearance of the Cold Lake Kid. If I've missed him earlier, Whale, welcome in as well. Missed you earlier. Antonio as well, as we're talking about roughing up the Vancouver Canucks to some degree, as this one will go here. And what are we doing here? As this one comes to the near side, puck is picked up by Zadorov, turned over to Connor McDavid, or is that Warren Fogle? That's Warren Fogle. Number was just kind of bleeding there, as this one comes back near side. The Canucks will pick up across the line and fire into the Oilers' end on the far side, as that puck had bled over there while I was trying to keep up with the chat here, as this one comes through the middle. An opportunity now for Höglander to the outside, turned away by Darnell Nurse. Nurse kind of throws the two hands at Höglander. 5:34 to go, turnover to Mikheyev. Mikheyev down low, back to the high point for Zadorov through traffic. Stuart Skinner swallows it up, and that's going to draw a crowd, as Mikheyev desperately wants a piece of Darnell Nurse. Höglander instead gets the hands. 5:24 to go in this first period, and so far the results from Skinner, yeah, power play goal against. I mean, read into it what you will, but a good save there on the point shot from Zadorov, who beat him last game, makes the save here. So we will continue along in this one. Friends, I'm going to quickly take an opportunity now that we are towards the last 5 minutes. This is the commercial timeout. I once again tell you, if you're new to the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button here on Dolynny TV. One first update on it, as we're on commercial break here on the broadcast. We are at 15,551, so we're about 149 away from 15,700, which is the goal tonight. Again, you don't have to hit every goal, but I assume tonight we have a pretty decent chance at it, at least, as we are at 3.15 hours watched as well, which means we're at 217 hours watched on tonight's stream, friends. The over 1,000 is looking pretty good. Once again, we're at 4,100 views on the stream, so thank you again. If you've tuned in a few times, if you tuned in for the first time, thanks for being aboard this evening. Appreciate you hanging out. And I think tonight, unlike game one, I should make mention while we're on commercial break, for those of you back home that don't have a YouTube account, don't ever comment, don't ever chat it up here with us on the channel. I can't really shout you out for chatting. Thank you. Thank you 110%, because you are the unsung heroes of the live stream, right? These numbers do not happen without everybody, and I hear from a very select few when you overall look at how many people tune into these live streams game in, game out. So thank you for being a big part of tonight's broadcast without ever even being able to be necessarily seen as a part of it. So thank you back home. I have been warned, and Cold Lake Kid again, you're going to have to at least let me see it. If Mr. Hometown, that's all I'm going to say, there's going to be a chat from a guy named Hometown that's going to come in here and cause chaos. At least that's what I've been warned. So here we go, friends. Let's do this as we go forward for the Edmonton Oilers. Face off inside their own zone. 5:24 to go here in this first period of play. As this one comes off the face off, picked up by Nurse. I was going to say Nugent Hopkins, and then I tried to save it by saying Nurse. Either which way, the Oilers ice the puck, and we'll have a stoppage in play. Kemet, thank you so much for the kind words again. I'm lucky enough to be here thanks to the Edmonton Oilers and the NHL for allowing me to do what I do. So here we go. And Scott, I can't tell you I will bring the cat on, but about 9 o'clock, by the time the intermission hits, we know what happens about 9 o'clock. The cat randomly appears for some reason and wants up on the lap. The Canucks right off the face-off, get going right into the Oilers zone. What a shot in front. A tip pass play by Besser onto the stick of P.S. Suter, and what a shot. Almost found the back of the net on Skinner, but again shuts the door early on in this hockey game. He's having another solid start to tonight's broadcast, but we're getting things going as, yeah, no, this one is a good chance here for the Oilers. 5 goals against in game 1. Good chance now, based on one period of work, to really, really put together a good 60. Bert, what am I thinking about this series as we get back to play with Matthias Ekholm with the puck inside his own zone, up the wing? Hold that thought as the Oilers get the turnover at the blue line. The Canucks right in on net. Skinner steers it away to the far side. Picked up now by Connor McDavid, racing down. The shot off the glove arm of Arthur Shilvas. That was a good-looking shot. Connor McDavid, he's come to play tonight. Locked in against Mr. Philip Hronek right now. Gives him the hands, gives him the hips, gives him the stick. And the Oilers keep the puck alive for a brief moment before the Canucks come back the other way. But I think, Bert, to answer your question, we're getting a good look here at how fun this series really could be. As it's going to be picked up by the Canucks over to Quinn Hughes, loading up the shot from the side of the wall. Kicked out by Stuart Skinner, who now has 5 shots saved in this hockey game through 16 minutes. And it'll be important to stop the Canucks right where they are to begin the second period as well if we keep it where it is. David, thank you so much for the super chat as well. Appreciate that. We'll give you the old heart right there and we'll get things going. As the Oilers battling at the Canucks line, Garland loses the puck. The Oilers on side of the attack right now. Bearing down the shot block. The shot comes in again over top of the net. The Oilers definitely have me going with every shot here. Again, another shot from the point blocked in front. And the Oilers are about halfway home to grand rally. And a total shot tally from last game as it's picked up now by the Oilers far side inside their own end. Right through the middle, Desharnais onto the tape. Near side pass to Evander Kane. Backhand in on net. Blocked there by Shilvas. Don't know if that'll count as a shot. Might have hit somebody in front instead. And then Kane along Pettersson. He's got Fogle and Nugent Hopkins with him as Kane turns against the Canucks. Right in front it comes, just under skating that puck a bit was Nugent Hopkins. Fogle keeping it alive. The Oilers' quote-unquote second line's got action rolling inside the Canucks' end. And Ian Cole will get it out for the Canucks with 3:14 to go in this first period. Puck free to Mikheyev. Stopped by Stuart Skinner. Reload! Pettersson stopped on the rebound. Nuge has lost his stick. Penalty upcoming to the Edmonton Oilers here as Nuge clutched on to a Vancouver Canucks player. Hughes at the blue line. Skating the line. Keeps it alive for the Canucks, who are on their feet in the stands here. Picked up by Miller near side as he jumped across for the extra attacker, one might believe. As this rolls around, as Hronek will flip up into the neutral zone. The Canucks killing precious time here on their own power play. And this will be now Corey Perry touching the puck for a stoppage in play with 2:39 to go. So there you have it. Trip and welcome aboard. The Oilers take a hard call there. Nugent Hopkins defended well and then dropped his stick and lost it. But we'll see what they can do here as Pettersson really opened up Mikheyev past Desharnais, but a good stick by Desharnais deflects it just off the toe of Stuart Skinner. Chest shoulder save, and then Nugent Hopkins, in the process of losing his stick, kind of clutched on to Pettersson, but lost his stick grabbing him. Holding call up coming to Pettersson, or to Nugent Hopkins, and we will get things going here. So here we have it, friends. We will continue to roll, as this will be a face-off to the left of Stuart Skinner. 2:39 to go in this first period of play. 1-1 the shots on, or goals so far. 6-5 the shots on goal. Already losing my mind here, and we're less than 20 minutes into play. 1-for-8 the Canucks power play in the last 5 games. They are 1-for-1 in this hockey game. $1:46 to go in this first period power play for the Canucks, with 2:21 remaining in the first period, as the Canucks are looking methodical here to the far side. And it comes near side now for Hughes across the line to Pettersson, who's got the lone goal so far for the Canucks in this hockey game. 2:06 to go in the period, as we're inside now officially the last 2 minutes. Butted over to Pettersson. Pettersson looking to beat the Oilers on a similar play to that first goal. Can't open them up through the middle, as Janmark sends himself flying into the boards to free up the puck. Back to the point. The Canucks fire the shot right through traffic, goes wide of the net. Besser loaded up a 90-mile-an-hour cannon, and the Edmonton Oilers will turn over the puck to Miller. Passed right in front off of Kulak. 59 seconds to go in the power play for the Canucks, as they continue to roll around inside the Oilers zone. Broken stick on the ice. Miller across. Pettersson's stick obliterates in his hands, and it'll be picked up by one Matthias Janmark. Slapped out by the Oilers down the ice. Fresh sticks for all involved, as Shelvas can't stop the puck. $1:16 to go in this first period of play. 35 seconds remain in the power play. Canucks 30 seconds away from wasting a golden opportunity, no matter what you make of that penalty call for the Oilers, to get ahead once again in this sorry, I'm reading Jay's comment, in this game. 57 seconds to go in this first period. 15 seconds remain in the power play. 6-5 the shots for the Canucks. 10 seconds remain in the power play. Across the line, the Canucks get in the offensive zone. Rolls around to the far side boards. It's going to come out of the zone, and the Oilers 1-for-2 on the penalty kill. Kill another one in these 2024 NHL playoffs. Stanley Cup playoffs, might you add. That is the correct terminology. Puck to the far side. The Canucks are content to whistle this down to one last chance up the ice. Tipping it into the Oilers zone. Ekholm will backhand over to Bouchard. Bouchard plays it ahead quickly to McDavid. Hyman with McDavid in flight across the line to Draisaitl. Draisaitl looks for the option. Ekholm! Rebound! Hyman puts it off the side of the cage, as this comes free now for McDavid. Right in front. Tipped on to Shelvas. Hyman eats a high stick. No call upcoming. And Hyman can't believe they missed that call. There's a little bit of dust up by the looks of it in front of the net. Hyman is screaming at the officials. 3 seconds to go in this period, as that shot from Besser on the 90-mile-an-hour cannon broke Matthias Ekholm's stick, and then the shot for Elias Pettersson just obliterated things. So absolutely unreal robbery on the first opportunity of the Oilers. For Arturs Shelvas, as Ekholm comes through, and then Hyman off the side of the net on the rebound opportunity. As what an opportunity here for the Oilers late in this period. And then I don't know if Hyman, actually on watching that on replay, I don't know if he truly ate a high stick, or it was more coincidental because of the bump he threw in to the defender in front. Again, I'm not going to be too upset with that. I don't want to get that ticky-tacky. So here we go. Face-off inside the Canucks zone. Miller, Draisaitl, down for what will be a decisive draw. Bouchard on net, blocked in front, whack towards the net. Shelvas makes the save off Hyman out of the corner. And the Oilers finish the period hot. That was a good finish to this period from the Oilers. A much better period all told, compared to maybe even the first period against the Canucks in Game 1. A period in which the Oilers were physical, a period in which the Oilers were never quitting, and a period in which the Oilers got some goaltending as well from one Stuart Skinner. A goal per period I think the Oilers could win this one if Stuart Skinner's only letting up one per period. The hits, I don't like this tally. I think it's got to be updated in the first intermission. 8-7 are the official hits after one period of play according to Sportsnet. You start talking about that body contact away from the puck, and we start counting that. It was a pretty physical affair at times. And those extra shots after the initial hit, maybe a little bit more so than the stats are telling. But here's one reason why I pointed to it. One area for the Oilers to clean up in the Game 2 versus Game 1 was the face-off circle. 12-6 over top of Vancouver in that first period. So that's good positive news for us. Commander, welcome aboard. And again, welcome in as well. Vancouver fans are totally welcome. That's it. Keep it civil. Don't need to cross no lines tonight. Toast, welcome in as well. And Reels, welcome in as well. How the Oilers played a very good first period. Now that said, the Canucks also had a pretty good first period as well. Again, I think for Canucks fans, they'd say, we'd like to avoid that power play goal against, but so too would the Oilers. And Bert, any you think did good this season? I told, again, friends, for those of you tuning into the live stream for the first time ever, and for the first time ever right now, I'll repeat what I've said a few times this series. I told Rick Tocchet, face-to-face, 27 feet away from him, yelling over a couple people in the crowd, to yell to Rick Tocchet, telling him a good job on the turnaround, coach, and then they did this. He's earned it. So to have the Canucks, they've had a good season. So here we go, friends. Matt, welcome aboard. And Alan, welcome in as well. Friends, the chat is moving along here. Linda, welcome in. We are going to take a quick moment to run upstairs, go grab an Oreo, go grab a couple of things, and we'll be right back to get things going again. I'll remind you, hit that like button. We want to get crazy at the end of tonight's live stream. And as well, make sure to hit that subscribe button as we work towards 15-7. All right, friends, my apology. Just had to run upstairs and obviously make some changes to some things upstairs, listening to the animal antics up there. Scott, we'll get the cat here as soon as he comes on down. He's got to come on his own will, and he seems to be hanging out up there for right now in his usual spot. As we go along to the chat here, friends, things are moving along over there. But yeah, obviously tonight the Oilers, Canucks tied at 1 after 1. Stuart Skinner's done exactly what Stuart Skinner does following the loss. A pretty solid effort all told. That said, don't read too much into it. The Canucks only have 5 shots. The Oilers only have 7. That said, both teams' defenses have stood tall. There's been some physicality and very few giveaways. The Oilers credited with 1 giveaway in the first period. The Canucks credited with none. And the Canucks with alone 1 takeaway and 10 block shots. So stay tuned. Let's see where we go from here. It's going to be a fun one, that's for sure. So yeah, we get going here to the chat where we are going to see Maximus say we haven't started playing yet. Well, that's true. If Connor McDavid starts ripping the puck left, right, and center, it could get very interesting very fast. And Orbit, what's with these quick Vancouver goalie cover whistles? I don't know. Again, I'm not going to worry about it too much until all of a sudden there is something arguable about it. But for the Oilers right now, they're doing decent. They're doing decent, and that's what I'm going to focus on. I'm not going to get too wrapped up in maybe the shenanigans that are going on. But for the Canucks and Oilers right now, a pretty level first period, given the fact we're tied at 1 and neither team really swung it for the full period. So, yeah, this is where we're at. Johnny, welcome aboard. Glad to have you in. It's good to see Draisaitl still getting a goal for the Oilers, even though he has cramps. Well, I think all of that talk about Leon Draisaitl being injured was a lot of Oilers media play up to Leon Draisaitl doing exactly what he did and scoring the goal tonight. So, Tim, welcome in as well. Glad to see you this evening. Friends, for those of you that know, if I hear from Tim via personal message, that is when we have a problem, and not like a problem as in we have a problem ourselves. It's as in a problem. The Oilers are either not doing good or there's something else going on in the hockey world that requires attention. And tonight, Tim, I'm hoping we just stay even keel and we maybe catch up post game a little bit there in the PMs and figure that out there. I want to hear from you mid game because it's usually not good between the two of us at that point. Alex, cheering for the Canucks. Michael's asking if I am cheering or showing the game. Unfortunately, I can't show the game due to copyright restrictions from the NHL. They're kind enough to allow me to do the play-by-play, so we'll cling to that fact and we'll enjoy it for what it is. That's the first straight-up attack name we've seen for the chat. And B's cheering for their 2 favorite teams. And F Woods loves the backdrop. Well, friends, this is a work in progress collection. It's missing 1 Oilers jersey. I know you guys can all guess which one, but tonight maybe we'll have to, and I'll tell you this, if the game goes to overtime on the 18th anniversary of Sean Horkoff's triple OT winner, remind me to tap the flag right in the middle of the crest when we go to overtime, because that flag has been with me since the 05-06 season. And it's one of those things that I think I will have until it quite literally disintegrates inside my hand. So, all right, friends. What do we know? We know that the Oilers are tied 1 apiece with the Vancouver Canucks following 1 period of play. Elias Pettersson, JT Miller, Quinn Hughes, the points on the marker to score the opening goal for the Canucks. Draisaitl, McDavid, Nugent, Hopkins joining forces on the power play as well to score the evening goals. So, pretty even first period. I don't think there's really too much to read into it other than Darnell Nurse really ran Pettersson hard into the boards, and Tyler Myers went to end the career of Matthias Janmark and got the worst of it. So, stay tuned what happens here in tonight's hockey game. So we'll see what goes on as the Oilers, obviously, Well, looking as Jason's saying, looking to tie it up tonight. And where will we go? We will go to right now this right here. Friends, we are up over 320 hours watched on the stream, so the over-under of 1,000 still looking good. Roger, welcome in. Glad to have you aboard. We are obviously rolling through the intermission right now, a 6-2 final for the Florida Panthers, who have taken a 2-1 series lead. So we'll see if that continues to reign into game number 4 for the Florida Panthers. And again, friends, as well, just about to cross 5,500 views on the stream. Again, I guess maybe I should also take a moment to thank you, all of you back home who are tuned in right now. If you tuned into the last live stream, thank you for that. That is the best Edmonton Oilers live stream all time on Dolynny TV, just about to approach 29,000 views. There is hope that some other game in this series might eclipse the all-time record of 33,000. I think it was Canada versus Germany is the all-time most watched live stream on Dolynny TV. So yeah, we'll see where it goes here this evening, as the Oilers, Canucks, about set to get things back going in a matter of moments. But for right now, we're on the commercial break, and I think right now I should probably take an opportunity to send a commercial, since I didn't, as we go here. And yeah, we'll see where we go for the matter of moments, as I guess Mr. Jack Michaels did have the lineup. Anything else to really sit here and see? Leon's goal got the Moss Pit in Edmonton rocking. It looks to be a pretty well-packed crowd, but there's a little bit of opening at the back end. And is there anything else to really mention here? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think there's really... Yeah, I think we're good. I think we are good to rock and roll, friends. We are set up for this second period of play. As, yeah, the Oilers, again, I think, yeah, there was cause for concern giving up that penalty kill goal. I think very easily the Oilers, knowing how good their penalty kill has been all season in these playoffs, could have folded, right? That's the one thing they've done right all playoffs long, every single game. But then they got beat to open the game nonetheless. However, they didn't fold, they didn't choke, they didn't collapse. They went out there and tied the game. So yes, it is fantastic to see for the Edmonton Oilers that as of currently right now, we're in a 1-1 hockey game, which is anybody's game right now. So we'll see if the Oilers can find a way to keep that rolling into period number 2 again. Don't screw it up by letting in a goal in the first 2 minutes of the second period. Okay, that's all I'm going to say. Yeah, as we go here, thank you, friends, again for the kind words on the play-by-play. Really do appreciate that. Obviously, something that's been a work in progress over the past 10, 15 years. It was 10-year anniversary calling hockey way back at the start of April. I got an opportunity to go up to Cold Lake and announce some U15 Tier 1 female hockey. And that was 10 years, pretty much to the date that I called my first ever hockey game up in Grand Prairie, Alberta for the Junior B Provincials that year for the Cold Lake Ice. So now 10 years later, here we are doing the Cold Lake Ice, or Cold Lake Provincials this year, and now doing the Edmonton Oilers playoffs the best way we know how. So we'll see where we go at this. As yeah, we are going to see what the Edmonton Oilers we're going to see what the Edmonton Oilers have for us in this second period. And I think I keep repeating that, but again, we knew what we had to do going into that second period. We gave up a goal early, and the Canucks really started to take over that game as the second went on. So you know the assignment. You know what they did last time. I think it's pretty simple. It's pretty clear cut that the Oilers have to more or less figure out, hey, don't make the same mistake twice, and let's dominate tonight's hockey game. So Kitties, welcome aboard. Avraj, welcome in as well, as we're seeing some fans cheering for the Canucks. That's all fine and dandy. We'll see where we go from there, but yeah. The Oilers need to clearly, number one, come out with that that same effect that they had late in that first period. How they closed out that first period, if they start the second period, we're probably up 2-1 5 minutes in. And we can probably start controlling the game a bit too if we keep up physically. But the Oilers desperately need to have a good start to the second period. Do you think the start to the first was critical? I think as an Edmonton Oilers fan, that's a 100% all the time valid point. Start to the second tonight might be the most critical 5 minutes of the hockey game for the Oilers, depending how the goal scoring goes in that first 5. So we'll stay tuned, see what happens there, friends. But yeah, we are hopefully sometime close to this hockey game getting back underway. I mean, it seems like it's taken forever tonight for absolutely no reason, but we'll see where we go. Nick's in here saying that Stuart Skinner looks sharp. Well, again, right, the Stuart Skinner goal against on the power play, to break that down, the Oilers open up the middle seam pass over to the far side for the one-timer. Pettersson, A, has scored 1,000,001 goals like that in his career, and B, the Oilers are going to get beat like that every time if they allow themselves to. And it's not a Stuart Skinner issue. It's not an Oilers power play issue or penalty kill issue. It's just, again, the Oilers do it to every other team. It's going to happen to you too. So hopefully you shake that off and move forward. If you're Stuart Skinner, again, yes, he could do more. Yes, he could do 100%, not arguing that. Just, again, it happened. Can't change it. Shake it off. Go forward. That's what Skinner did in that first period. And now we hope he does it the rest of the way home tonight. As Jordan, welcome in. Martin, welcome in as well. Again, friends, if you are wondering if I can show the game, I can't due to copyright restriction. Again, the NHL would flag me, likely delete my channel, and that'd be the end of you hearing from me on Dolynny TV. So we're not going to do that. What instead we're going to do, is simply go out here and just call tonight's action for you on the play-by-play. We got Archer's Shelvoss back in net for the second period. And the Vancouver Canucks got some good goaltending from him early on in this hockey game so far. So we'll see if they can kind of keep getting that from him as the Oilers go along this evening. As, yeah, right now the Oilers just need to tighten up a little bit more. Play loose. Stay tight. And come up with a good first 5 minutes. That's all I got to tell you. Good first 5 minutes here for the Oilers could be the result that wins them the hockey game. Just a guess, but we're not tapping the crest to go to triple overtime hopefully tonight. Face off at center ice upcoming as we near the 6,000 view mark on the live stream as the Oilers and Canucks get set to get underway here in a matter of seconds. As this one will be a face off, obviously probably between it'll be Derek Ryan against Elias Pettersson. I was going to say Connor McDavid. Never mind. Face off down inside the Oilers zone. Desharnais mustered off the puck there by the Canucks. Was able to swipe it forward near side. It'll be Kulak leading inside the Canucks end. Not nice and call as Derek Ryan takes his much-sized Quinn Hughes into the boards. And the Canucks able to come back the other way through the neutral zone. Will play it up the left wing and chip in as Höglander gets it back to himself. Down the wing around behind the net he went, and Kulak cut him off near side, tying up along the end wall. Chipped in front a couple of times over. Canucks fire a wild shot towards the net. It goes wide. Hughes turns it over to Derek Ryan, picked forward by Dylan Holloway to the near side boards. The Oilers are able to advance, bounced it up off the end wall, and it will be an icing call. So we will have a stoppage in play with 19:11 to go in this second period play. We're only 49 seconds in which the Canucks kind of got an opportunity but could not quite get in there. Miller's tying up with Derek Ryan, who will go to the penalty box, and it looks like JT Miller may indeed also go to the penalty box here. So that might buy the Oilers a little chance here, as a little bit of a stick whack in there from Höglander. And Derek Ryan took the extra shot on Höglander. That's a nasty penalty from Derek Ryan. But tying up as well in retaliation was JT Miller, by the looks of it, is the number I saw go into the box for the Canucks. As that's usually more a Leon Draisaitl thing with that stick. But Derek Ryan caught him in the danglies, I guess you could say. And, ooh boy, that is a tough start to this second period, obviously, for both teams, as I think JT Miller's on the ice, so I don't know who went to the box. It is 4-on-4 for the Oilers and Canucks, as it'll be an icing call, so we'll remain inside the Oilers zone. Off the face-off, Soucy through, tipped in front. Canucks score to make it 2-1. Just 53 seconds in, and that will be, wow, a tough start to the second period. Riley's got it spot on. Exactly what I said the Oilers shouldn't do, they just did to start this period. You could not afford to give up a goal to the Canucks early on, and that first 5 minutes, a tip in front there from Besser in the high slot goes to the back of the net. Flashbacks of the 2020 series against the Chicago Blackhawks, where the tips killed the Oilers the full year round, and that was a tough beat. Nothing Stuart Skinner can do on a puck that's about his shoulder height going between his pads from the high slot on a stick shoulder height either. So this one went off the face-off. The Oilers, though, still have it. 4-on-4 for the next few minutes, as this will be a face-off that the Oilers were able to gain possession. McDavid off the pass from Bouchard, kicked it into the Canucks zone. Turnover there to Draisaitl. Draisaitl looking in front to McDavid. Ekholm back in the net! Mattias Ekholm fires it from the slot and puts it home. Ooh boy, okay, this second period starting hot. Both teams with a 4-on-4 goal now. What do you need now? I guess a shorthanded goal per side, right? 4-on-4, 5-on-4. Maybe we'll get some 3-on-3 and some 4-on-3 in here. The Oilers, Canucks, appear through the first 22 minutes of this hockey game destined to not score an even strength goal this evening. The Edmonton Oilers quickly, just like that, off the skates of McDavid to Ekholm through traffic. Glove hand side on Arthur Shilovs makes it 2-2. And the Edmonton Oilers, guess what? It is 18:44 to go in the second period, and it is a 2-2 hockey game as Mattias Ekholm sees the game even. His second in the playoffs from McDavid and Draisaitl, as Draisaitl quietly a 2-point night coming off that injury. 18:29 to go. Canucks have the puck inside the neutral zone. $1:15 to go in the 4-on-4. Myers has returned to the bench for the Canucks. Took an extra 2 minutes to get out of the tunnel. Big hit along the boards there as CC absorbs contact while able to scoop it up to the neutral territory. Minute remaining in the 4-on-4 as the Canucks rolling around inside their own end, up through the middle. Picked up by Mikheyev, rolling up into the Oilers zone across the line. The shot not coming towards the net. Back to the point. The Canucks looking to set up towards the middle of the ice. Can't do it, as Hughes will backhand in front. Mikheyev fires a shot blocked in front. Tipped down by Nurse. Backhanded down low. And this one comes near side now for Hronek. Hronek rolling around behind the Oilers net. Back to the point. Man covering. Cole now near side with a big old 27 seconds to go in the 4-on-4. Turnover to Miller. Scooped away niftily by Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, and the Canucks are forced out of the Oilers' end. 18 seconds remain in the 4-on-4. Oilers get the puck back, lift it gently into the Canucks zone. Zadorov just waved off icing himself, skating nowhere towards that puck. That was the old dead controller skate, as this one is picked up in the neutral zone on a blind pass up the middle by the Canucks. They try to rim it out of the zone. Besser somehow tangled up the Oilers attacker just in time. Here's McDavid across the line. McDavid down the left wing, shot towards Shilovs right in front. Almost had the tape of Perry. Instead, it's bounced out by the Canucks. And the Edmonton Oilers and Canucks will continue to do battle here. 2-2 to begin this second period of play. It was 1-1 to begin, but then two quick goals as this one shot towards the point as Ekholm goes down off the boards as He is knocked off the puck, tipped out to neutral territory. Draisaitl backhands over to Bouchard. Bouchard rams it through the neutral zone off a stick of a Canuck into the stands, and we will have a stoppage in play. Friends, we are rolling along here tonight. Let me tell you again, a quick watch time update here is a little bit better watch time than last time, one might argue, as we are up to 3 minutes and 37 seconds on average, which means 388 hours on the stream. Thank you for being aboard this evening. Again, I can never say that enough. I'm lucky that even a single person tunes into what we got going on here. As this one picked up by the Oilers. Brian, it was a fast response as this one rolls through the neutral zone. The Oilers across the line. Here's Foegele. Foegele rips a shot on Shelov's and then drives the crease, and that will draw a crowd as Foegele just, no siree, was he going to give Shelov's an easy ride in the crease. 16:21 to go with this second period starting with fireworks as the Oilers obviously got the job done. So 16:21 to go in this second, and now out there Foegele remains with the face-off inside the Canucks territory. As this one going here with 2-2 the score between the Oilers and Canucks. Face-off tied up by Vancouver, steadily streamed back to the defenseman, and they will transition out of the zone with 16:14 to go. Up along the wall, goes around the boards. Desharnais comes to the near side, picked up by Foegele. Foegele inside his own end. Nice steady Eddie play to Desharnais, who whips it along the boards, and then it comes back into the neutral zone. Far side pass for the Canucks as they set up the attack once more. Chip to Di Giuseppe off his stick, and then Garland takes a couple of bumps there from Desharnais and Kulak, and Henrique's able to transition this one out into neutral ice territory. Kane lumbering down on Hronek, gets good piece of him, and then Joshua stood up Hronek for good measure as well as this comes back near side through the neutral zone as Lindholm will fire into the far side corner. 15.5 to go as big hit there for Ceci along the boards. Joshua comes up with the puck. He will be rattled there to Garland. Garland will back to the point to Myers. Myers near side for Hughes. Hughes, the shot, the one-timer misses from Garland. That is a good-looking shot as this one comes back down low again. Nurse takes the jolt and stolen away by the speedy small Garland. And the Oilers are kind of starting to struggle here a little bit inside their own zone. The Canucks have something rolling near side corner as Nurse steps on Garland more or less and just frees up the puck for Perry, who will go to the far side for CC, chipping out in the neutral zone. Dylan Holloway leading ahead. Can't get that puck free, but turn back Hughes twice. And then Perry throws the two-hand bar into the back of the neck of Quinn Hughes. A good little significant play, hopefully, for Corey Perry as the puck chips up over the glass and out of play. So here you have it as the Edmonton Oilers continue to rock and roll as the Oilers doing a good job here in this second period, keeping it going. So here we go. Let's get to this. 14:36 to go in the second period. 10-6 the shots. I mean, the Oilers are controlling the shot department, but literally we're 25 plus minutes in, and there's 16 shots total. So let's do this here. Face off at center ice. Bouchard will fire it in, and this will be Draisaitl going after it. Hronek's unable to come up with that puck though. Puck up off the wall. The Canucks will try and get back inside the Oilers zone. It'll be chasing Ekholm all the way down low. Besser holds him. I don't know how that's not a hold and a half for Brock Besser tying up along the boards, but they'll give it to him as this comes up near side boards. Back across to the far side. The Canucks fire it in from center. Draisaitl whacking and hacking Miller a little bit there, but couldn't free him away from the puck, although Ekholm's able to do the task. And here comes now Draisaitl through the neutral zone onto the tape of Bouchard. McDavid's got it. McDavid over to Bouchard, tried to stick handle around. Now Bouchard to the far side, picks up now for Kulak, who will dance low to Draisaitl. Draisaitl far side wing to McDavid. McDavid right through the middle is, oh my goodness, the Canucks are folding here as this comes in from the point, and this will be McDavid down the left wing looking towards the net. Right in front, the shot fired there from Draisaitl goes wide of the net and back inside the Edmonton Oilers territory on the shot off the end wall. 13:24 to go here in this second period to play. Kulak up the boards to the far side as it'll be picked up now by Myers in behind his own net. Oilers showed a little bit of signs of life on that shift. Kane right in front to Nugent Hopkins. Couldn't come away with that puck cleanly. Kane got it back. He'll fire across to the far side. Picked up by Desharnais. He loses it to Mikheyev as the Oilers were retreating at the blue line. Didn't have that near side option towards the net. Skinner on the chop from the Canucks. Clears it out of the crease, and Mikheyev able to fire it down low. Near side pass for Höglander on the far from Pettersson. Went to the far side post, and the Oilers were able to chop that one down on the save by Stuart Skinner as the Canucks even the shot clock. So this one goes on in this second period. A good chance there for Draisaitl trying to sneak in to beat the Canucks a second time on the same play from McDavid. Just missed it wide. And then the Canucks try the sneaky behind the net pass right in front to the far side post. Couldn't beat Mr. Stuart Skinner, who's standing tall tonight, friends. Yes, he's given up 2 goals, but again, fault him all you want. It is kind of what it is through 2 periods of play. Shilvas has allowed just as many goals. So here we go, friends. Yeah, we are definitely in need of some support, Riley. I can agree with that, friends. Thank you for the kind words on the broadcasting again. We are going to be in for a long ride to this year, hopefully. For the Oilers, again, sucks that one of these teams has to lose, but somebody does, and we'll see where we go. But the Oilers definitely, not lacking in the excitement department tonight with the Canucks. I think both teams have really done a good job at bringing the intensity so far. So, Shawzy, I think seconding what Riley's saying is, if the Oilers could find a greasy goal, right, a Corey Perry, a Derek Ryan, that might go a long way to the Edmonton Oilers finding a way to win tonight, and maybe rather convincingly as well. DC72, thank you for being aboard and hanging out. So, friends, I guess for those of you that wonder, man, like, why haven't you gone? Because you guys, for some of you, I can attest to, I want to say Riley's been around for a while, so is Shawzy, and so is Ace, and a bunch of other folks as well that I know are in the chat right now. But for those of you back home that wonder, why doesn't Dolynny TV go pursue maybe a WHL job or maybe a junior A job or something like that? Quite honestly, there's rules that go with that. There's more work that goes with that. I get to go to work, socialize with people in a non-broadcast setting all day, at least now, come home, and this might be work in a sense, but I get to enjoy hockey. Yeah, I get to enjoy the Oilers. I don't miss Oilers games because I do Oilers games. So that's the fun part of this at the end of the day is, yeah, some days it really feels like work, but at the end of the day is if I'm watching the Oilers and I'm doing the hockey game on YouTube, I'm not missing the game. Whereas if I was calling some junior A team, not to slam junior A, WHL, AHL, anything, I'd be missing the Oilers game some nights. Don't want to do that. All right, friends, let's do this. Face off, Canucks get back to work inside the Oilers zone. Quinn Hughes, amazing pivot move at the Canucks blue line, offensive blue line that is. Able to fire it down low to Di Giuseppe and the crew down there on the 4th line for the Vancouver Canucks. Sam Lafferty out there actually, as this one's up off the wall. Lafferty's taking a bump for Nurse, who directs him back into the end wall. Picked up by Hronek to the far side for Hughes. The shot drifts in from the point. No tip there. In front, Skinner lays down and bails the Oilers out with a big toe save. They will then promptly chip it up into the neutral zone, down the ice into the Canucks territory. There's Derek Ryan on the ice. Just saying, as this one's picked up now by the Oilers at center ice. Darnell Nurse inside his own zone with the puck. 12 minutes to go in the second period. The shots are even at 10, as this will be Nurse leading up the left wing out of his own end, through into the Canucks territory on a tip from Perry. McDavid down low into the Canucks end, trying to get that puck free, though the Canucks very clearly had possession of that the full way. And it comes all the way in to the Oilers' end on a dump in. Ekholm retrieved it rather proficiently, one might add, getting it out of the zone. The Canucks, though, quickly tip it back in, as we're going to go back and forth a little bit here. The Oilers make the first unforced error of this last little sequence. The Canucks, though, miss a pass, and it'll be fired out by Draisaitl through the middle of the ice looking for Hyman. He was just skating around, and this one will come back now for the Canucks. Another turnover there for the Oilers. They have to clean that up a little bit here on this sequence, but McDavid's going to steal the puck, play it ahead with the hand. 2-on-1 with Draisaitl. McDavid has it poked off his stick from behind by Carson Soucy, who gives him 2 shots for his troubles, and then Ekholm comes and steals the puck away from JT Miller, though the puck bounces perfectly onto the tape and blades of a Vancouver Canuck to clear the zone. Oilers right to the attack, though, right quickly, right through the middle of the ice. Nothing to go there, and this will be back along the wall to the far side. The Oilers knocked down inside the Canucks' end, and that will be played ahead by Elias Lindholm. Will get through into the Oilers' end, down the right face-off dot. He will attack the net. Instead, peel back, and it comes on down low behind the net. Right in front again, Kulak able to steal that puck away to the far side boards. McDavid, Draisaitl, Hyman still on the ice. They need a line change here. It's a long change in this second period, so the Canucks have the advantage on this momentary play for right now as they will get back to the attack. Short side shot fired up over top of the net by Garland off the shoulder of Skinner, and the Oilers will come back the other way. Hyman takes a bump for his troubles. Kulak's skating hard inside the Canucks zone. He gets buried, and then Nugent Hopkins is going to come to his aid against Lindholm, and Kulak right back up to his feet, able to get the puck down low to Nugent Hopkins. Nuge against Cole in the far side corner. Cole's battling, but he's had a rough series for the most part. Back to the point, near side it comes to Desharnais on the pass. Shot off the end wall. The Oilers go for that friendly bounce. Desharnais, though, not quite the same touch as maybe some of the Canucks players. The shot towards the net goes wide of the net. Picked up now by Kane as the Oilers retain possession. Far side pass. Kane overthought that one. Stolen away by Höglander. Fired inside the Oilers zone. And Höglander again comes up with that puck, though he doesn't want to run up against Kane until he meets the boards, where he has a bit more of an advantage thanks to momentum. And the Canucks keep it alive for a brief few extra seconds as Desharnais in behind his own net, able to come up with it. Nurse quickly ahead, head up the whole way. Nurse is skating in, shot fired to Shilovs. Save made by Shilovs, and this will draw a crowd in front. Nurse and Kane right in front of the Canucks net. You know that's going to draw the ire of Canucks fans. 9:01 to go in this second period. Hey friends, we're inside the back half of the hockey game. What do you say we rub the Oilers logo for maybe a little overtime tonight? Come on. It's Friday night. I want to party. Let's do it. Who says no as we get things going here this evening? So, yeah, we are halfway through as the Oilers and Canucks continue to do battle here. Joshua got a good piece of Mr. Leon Draisaitl. We'll go here, friends, though. Again, I'll ask you, if you're new to the channel, you're enjoying the play-by-play, you're enjoying the stream so far, I ask you to hit that subscribe button, not because I want my numbers to get bigger. I just simply want you to come back, hang out, and do these live streams a little bit more often with me. That's all I'm saying, is as we go here towards the back half of the game, we're almost half done. Maybe overtime happens. And we'll take another quick check on the watch time as well as we go to this big mark. We are almost to the 500 mark. We're at 458. Ooh, almost halfway home. So you like to see it. And Nation in here as well. I know we say Nation. I just don't want to say Scrub. I feel like Scrub's the wrong word to go there. But we are rolling. Jay, that was a great play by Carson Soucy. McDavid, you could tell he was a little in between. Draisaitl's riding hot. But I could also shoot that puck. So here we go. So both teams engaged in battle. And now we see what happens here is Mr. Matthias Ekholm obviously having a good game. Draisaitl, McDavid both with 2 points tonight. And the Oilers need, as everybody in the chat's now starting to gear towards, that depth goal this evening. That would be huge for sure if the Oilers could find a way to do that. So what I find interesting as well, for some reason or another, that Zach Hyman short that I did in round 1 last year is doing pretty dang well, I could say. It continues to have little weird patches throughout the game where it just all of a sudden bubbles up to 20-25 views at one point in 3 or 4 minutes. So interesting to note that the YouTube shorts really coming alive for the Oilers sphere here throughout the playoffs. Quinn Hughes, Connor McDavid talking things over with the officials here. 9:01 to go in the second period. Looks like we have coincidental penalties. And we will be inside the Canucks zone to get things going. So we'll see what happens. But face off for the Oilers, who have a 16-13 safe face off advantage so far. Let's get this going. Face off down. McDavid loses it on a battle with Tyler Myers. P.S. Suter able to come up with the puck. He will fire up into the neutral zone. Draisaitl quickly steals it away. He'll lead up through the middle. Unable to free up in the middle was McDavid trying to dart past. And they've talked about on the pregame show with Bob Stauffer today, McDavid using his speed as his primary weapon of attack. Well, let me tell you tonight, he's been a little more explosive. We've seen him a little bit more than maybe we did in round number 2's game 1. Lindholm, third goal of the playoffs in game 1. He's starting to heat up here, so we'll see what happens. But Chris, welcome in as well, as this will be a face-off for the Oilers against the Vancouver Canucks following an icing call inside the Canucks territory. Draisaitl, everybody gets lined up. McDavid quickly comes in to take this draw against Elias Lindholm. 8:43 to go. Face off. Scramble to the boards again. Myers is able to win that one away, this time from Hyman. Puck's played back in the neutral zone. The Oilers quickly gather it up, and here comes Bouchard across the center ice line, firing it into the Canucks zone. Backhanded down into the Canucks territory. A big hit against McDavid there by Myers, who has McDavid pinned. Hyman had passed it back to McDavid, freed up along the wall for Draisaitl, back to Ekholm. Ekholm looking to make the play down low. Shot towards Shelovs, goes wide of the net, and then Hyman gives him the old butt end and sends him to the ice. Literally butt end. And kind of scrambled up Shelovs inside the crease without taking a penalty there as the puck comes up the near side boards. Draisaitl across the line. Draisaitl towards the net. Will instead look off for the pass for Bouchard. Bouchard looking around the boards, going down, and this will be shot up along the wall, but it'll be offside, and Bouchard takes a couple little shoves from Phil DiGiuseppe. So we continue to see things going here in this second period in what has been a good battle thus far. And we're starting to get that sense. That next goal could be not the backbreaker, not the game ender, but it could be huge for whichever team gets it. I think for those of you that were here in the first intermission where I said the Oilers needed to have a good first 5 minutes in this period, you know what? They gave up the goal right away, but they also got it right back. So huge effort right there from the Oilers, I think, is good enough and a reason why we are where we are currently in this second period. But this is maybe that period. Shot from McLeod from the side wall, jammed in the crease by Perry. He gets that extra 2 shots on Shelovs and then headlocked. But you got to think for the Oilers, this is where it comes down to that power play late in the second period that tones up the third with a goal to end the second. So come on now. All right, face off inside the Canucks zone. Perry got 1 whack, 2 whack. Yeah, he got 2 whacks initially. One, trying to shoot that puck. He kind of tapped the skate of Shelovs and then jammed at the 5-hole of Shelovs. And now we'll have with 7:43 to go. Perry's talking things over with McLeod and Nurse. They're setting something up off this face-off, trying to figure things out. Donald's in the chat again. That usually signifies good things. So face-off drawn up here for the Oilers as McLeod with 33 shot attempts for the Oilers, for the Canucks 22. The shots 12-11 for the Canucks. Here's an opportunity for McLeod. He fired it but missed the puck completely. It's chipped out into the neutral zone. Darnell Nurse to the far side, pass for Ceci up the middle, tipped in by McLeod. As this one comes along the wall, Zadorov picked up there. Cole taps it along the wall. Mikheyev down low to Cole. This is spun by Cole and out into the Oilers zone. That will be an icing call. No, it plays on. Darnell Nurse gets going. Inside the Oilers zone, Nurse looks along the wall, picked up now by Kane inside the Canucks territory towards the net. Turned back by Shelovs. Big hit along the end wall by Fogle. Wrapped around in front. Just couldn't bite the goal right there. 6:56 to go in this second period of play. 12-1 the shot advantage, or 12-11, sorry, the shot advantage for the Oilers. I saw 1 at least. At least I saw half the number. Picked up now by Brett Kulak as he skates out from behind the Oilers blue line up into the Canucks territory. This game really starting to clog up to some extent, right? Really starting to get a little jammy, I guess you could say, as this one is Kulak. Back to Desharnais, back to Kulak. Both teams really starting to grind it out and start to really get into that atmosphere of maybe the next goal, like I was mentioning, does win this hockey game. Foegele along the far side wall. He's looking to make the play free. Can't do it. Picked up now by Quinn Hughes. Hughes up, flips into the neutral zone, and instead flipped it out of play at the blue line. So the Oilers desperately need to, like I said, get one more goal this period to send a tone into this third period of let's go and win this and not lose the lead again. As the Vancouver fans, right, I credited them very heavily following game one. I will tell you, they have not nearly gone as crazy here in game two, and we'll see what the Oilers can do to stem that tide again here tonight. 6:08 to go in the second period, but you got to get me inside the last 5 minutes without the Oilers coughing up a lead or losing lead to get going. So we'll see where we go. Face off at center ice as Miller tightens up the skates and tightens up the gloves and gets the jersey pulled down, and we'll do this as we have a face-off between McDavid and Miller. McDavid wins it forward off the draw. He tries and fish hooks it out of the couple of Canucks in front of him. Instead, it's turned back by Vancouver to Ekholm inside his own zone. Puck turned over to the Canucks, quickly swallowed up by the Oilers near side boards after it went right through the middle. And now I'm trying to lead ahead. Here's Hyman. Ooh, Shelovs bats it away, coming out of the crease. You don't see that very often. And it looks like Hyman just dumped a Canucks player, and Bouchard's quickly in there to aid him. Draisaitl comes in support. Myers is furious. And 5:44 to go in this second period. Draisaitl's got a piece of someone. Myers is still yelling at the referee. Maybe he should go support his boys in the scrum. 5:44 to go. Myers is going to go tangle up now and try and figure this out. McDavid and Myers kind of the outliers as boys are pushing and shoving along the wall. And yeah, that was a big hit there from Hyman. McDavid's now dusting up. Myers gets a hand up on McDavid. Somebody is going to take an unnecessary penalty here. 2 helmets are popped off. 3 helmets are popped off. And this is really odd to see the Oilers top line and the Canucks top line really dusted up along the wall. We did not see that in game one to this extent that we have a couple times here in this second period. And now the referees will have a lot to sort out here in this second period. Ekholm's like, hey, nothing was wrong with that. Let the boys play. Let's just keep this where it is. And the Oilers were yelling for a penalty there, so we might be coming back to a power play for the Edmonton Oilers. But I mean, if you're taking anyone off there, that's a dumb call by the referees. That is good-spirited, best on best hockey. I mean, those are the top lines for both teams, scrumming it up along the boards. McDavid, Bouchard, Hyman, Draisaitl throwing hands along the boards. Come on. How can you not like that? If you're the referees, you let that go. You let the other guys take the dumb penalties. You keep those guys out there. All right. Whew. Cool. We're up over 8,000 views on the live stream, friends, which can only mean one thing. We should be well over 600 hours watched on the live stream tonight, one might think. Instead, we are just over 500. My math was hard wrong, 510, but we continue to get towards that 1,000. We've got just about an intermission, one more period, possibly overtime to go. So we got a lot rolling here tonight, friends. If you're just tuning in, I'll recap the summary, then we'll get to the ads and we'll go from there. Elias Pettersson, Leon Draisaitl, Brock Besser, Matthias Ekholm. Your goal scores so far in tonight's hockey game, it is 2-2. What I will tell you as well, if you haven't already hit that subscribe button, you've been hanging out here tonight. You've probably heard me say this, but again, gentle reminder, we're aiming for 15,700 tonight, and I'd love to have you aboard for game 3, 4, 5, if necessary 6, if necessary 7. And to just recap here one more time, we're up to 15,569 subscribers. So thank you for hitting that subscribe button tonight. We're already up a grand total of 41 this evening. There is a couple of players in the penalty box here for the Vancouver Canucks, so keep that in mind right there. And yeah, let's see where we go from here. They're talking things over, so the Oilers and Canucks trying to sort things out, sort this mess out to some degree. And again, friends, I feel bad for those of you that might have ended up here after tuning in to last game's live stream, game 1. There's 118 views over on that live stream here in the last hour. I apologize if you've been part of that there this evening. So we continue here. They're talking things over with the refs. 5:44 to go in this second period. A little bit of a dust up before we went to commercial break. Power play for the Oilers. There we go. That's what I was talking about. We saw Madison in the chat here saying the Oilers kind of need to get going here and win this one. Well, I'll tell you what, the Oilers need to find a way here on this power play to cash in, or else bad things will likely happen the rest of the way home. Not trying to wish ill will against the Oilers, but you've had a strength this playoffs. It needs to be super strong right now, and we'll see where this goes. So let's go and get this job done, as yes, the Oilers are going to roll along here in this second period to the power play. Bedsy, welcome aboard. And yes, Merrill's liking that there's likely going to be a goal upcoming. Leon Draisaitl is going to go to the box as well. Are we going to skate 4-on-4, or are we going to be to the power play? Chris Knobloch's asking which is which and what is what. As 5:44 to go, Knobloch kind of said something, looked concerned. The linesmen are talking things over with the Rick Tocchet guy for the Vancouver Canucks. It's a guy you don't want to get too upset with, so we'll see what happens. 2 Canucks players in the box, so that is indeed a puck over the glass penalty. Minty. And let's do this, shall we? Let's do this. 5:44 to go in this second period. And the Oilers are going to line up the power play minus Leon Draisaitl for the next 2 minutes. Maybe not a bad thing. The Oilers get an opportunity to get Evander Kane out there instead, one might figure. And the Oilers will get to the power play right now, as this will be a face-off. One back by Nugent-Hopkins. Bouchard, thanks to the help, as this one is McDavid down low to Nugent-Hopkins. Again, McDavid rolling around inside the Canucks zone. Nuge right to McDavid. McDavid looking. Back to the point now for Bouchard. McDavid down low to Nugent-Hopkins. The shot across doesn't work. Canucks tie up. No penalty on the Oilers for holding the stick there. Hyman's been the center of everything. And now there's a hold-up coming by the looks of it to Hyman? Or is it against the Canucks? Is it going to be a 5-on-3? Or is it? No, it looks like a power play. Sorry, they showed one shot of the Canucks player kind of yelling something there in disbelief. But Hyman gets tagged for a holding call in front. So on Myers holding the stick. Yep, that I figured he was going to get tagged for that. But tough call. So all right, holding the stick against Zach Hyman. We'll skate 4-on-4. The last time we had more than any time 4-on-4, we got 2 goals in the first minute of 4-on-4. So on my figure, we're going to find some goals here. 4-on-4 with Nugent-Hopkins and McDavid and crew out there, right there. Face off. One back by the Canucks. The Oilers, the most recent to take a penalty. So it's inside the Oilers zone. Linesman had him. The puck hit him, and now McDavid's away with Nugent-Hopkins. McDavid across to Mr. Matthias Ekholm, drifting down right in front to Nuge. Couldn't bury it on the far side past Shilovs because Shilovs came out to deflect the puck. Besser down the right wing has it jammed back to the point for Hronek. Quinn Hughes, oh man, he was walking and then turned back by Nugent-Hopkins. Nuge puts him in behind the net, pass in front. Besser has it stolen away. The Oilers will come back the other way. Here's Bouchard. Spinning back, the Oilers looking to make the play up the middle. And this will be Nugent-Hopkins over to Ekholm, back to Nuge. Nuge off the wall, deflects off the skates of McDavid. Nuge just butt-ended somebody in the face by the looks of it. The referee's giving the linesman's giving the once over here. This is now back down the wing. And a shot from Ryan McLeod back to the point. CC loses the puck at the blue line. He'll play it back down low to Darnell Nurse. This one picked up along the wall. It goes to the far side for CC again. He'll bat it down low. He'll lose that puck and then quickly take the jolt against the Vancouver Canucks player. Nice play by Warren Foegele to exit the zone. 21 seconds to go in the 4-on-4 for the Vancouver Canucks and Edmonton Oilers. Back the other way. Here's Pettersson. Pettersson across the line, looking to load things up. Now to the attack, Nikita Zadorov fires a rare shot in this second period. Stuart Skinner swallows it up. I don't want to get too high or too low on Stuart Skinner saving the puck. It's a big one right there. Kind of a situation he was beat in maybe a couple times last game. And a good one right there as McDavid just absolutely two-handed with the middle part of the stick. Quinn Hughes right in the face. Got the stick up. Hughes didn't see anything except puck and took a whack right in the visor from Connor McDavid, who got away with high sticking. So, wow. That is huge for the Edmonton Oilers to avoid that penalty. But now, the Oilers need to keep this going as Quinn Hughes is bleeding. He actually got cut on the play. That's good there for the Edmonton Oilers. He's bleeding and the Oilers avoided a penalty as Hughes is talking things over with the officials saying, how did you miss that one? Look at that. I'm bleeding. As he's getting his jersey all bloodied up. And I think actually if you get blood on your jersey, don't you have to change it nowadays? It's over talking to the referee. And Quinn Hughes is pleading his case, really eating up time here. And I think Hughes is going to either be ushered to the bench or the tunnel because he has to go get his jersey changed. I believe that's a rule in the NHL now, but McDavid absolutely caught him up high with that stick. That is a missed penalty if you ever see it. And Hughes will go to the bench, and the trainer will work on him. So that is wild, that McDavid avoided a penalty. And, yeah, that is wild. I mean, that is blatant by all means. And I'm thankful refs didn't call it. Again, we can talk about anything else, but just thankful the refs missed that one, as this one will come back now for Janmark through the neutral zone. 1 for 2, the power play for the Canucks. Look at an abbreviated 25-seconder. Oilers clear down in the Canucks territory. 10 seconds to go as they're at the goal line. Zadorov has to hustle. He tried to get going right through the neutral zone, turned back. 4 seconds on the attack. Suter lost the puck, and this one will be ended. And the Oilers get another official penalty kill on the ledger here this season in the postseason as Nugent Hopkins along the boards plays it ahead to Janmark. Can't get it over the zone. Janmark takes down Hyman. Picked up by Desharnais, rimmed around the boards, up off and out of the zone. No icing. It appears to have hit a Canuck going off for a line change. Schilvos loses the puck behind the net. Hyman takes him down to the ground. The Oilers haven't taken a penalty here. The puck's off, or the net's off the moorings for a second, tilted 60 degrees, and the Canucks ice the puck in that was a mind-melting scramble, friends. I'm sorry the play-by-play sucked on that, but I have yet to see the Oilers hit a goalie this playoffs behind the net, and Hyman just put the shoulder into Shilov's in behind, and Canucks fans are asking how was that not a penalty. So wild right there. So interesting to see. So the Oilers kind of tangled up there with themselves. And, yeah, that's wild to see there as Hyman just put the shoulder in and didn't let Shilovs get back to the front of the net. And then a missed opportunity there from Bouchard. Face off back to the blue line for Kulak. That one goes to the far side. Picked up again. The Oilers to the attack. Here's Kulak down low into the Canucks zone. Couldn't handle the puck. Vancouver back the other way. This one is across the line. The shot towards the net. Pettersson has it steered away. Short side shot. Vancouver tried to fool Stuart Skinner from the goal line. Couldn't do it. He was guilty of that last game. And this one with 2:20 to go. McDavid will tap it ahead to Hyman. Hyman will roll into the neutral territory. He's across the Canucks blue line, chipping down low. Can't weave through traffic cleanly, and then takes a big run at Myers. It was enough to make Myers lose the puck. Henrique takes a bumble through the middle there, kind of swipe at the puck, and then stepped up on his skates twice, as that will be turned back. Bluger across the Oilers line had it ripped out, and back to Zadorov inside the Canucks territory. Stars and Avalanche tied at 1 apiece so far in that series. This is across through into the Oilers' end. Zadorov down the left wing, shot towards the net, scores. That is inexcusable from Stuart Skinner. That cannot go in. Wow. The Oilers needed a late period power play goal. That's what we were predicting here to start the second period. And instead it's Vancouver from an impossible angle. As Zadorov comes down the left wing, and that is on no one. I mean, you cannot allow that goal from that angle if you are the Edmonton Oilers, especially Stuart Skinner. I think that might have actually deflected off a CC's stick on second look, but that is a brutal goal against there for Stuart Skinner. So now you've got puck to the far side for CC. The Oilers will tip in. The Oilers desperately need that power play to get going here late in this second period. I mean, like I said, it's been your best weapon all the playoffs. Go get it to work, because you're going to need it here. Down 3-2 in this second period. Puck around the wall. Lindholm takes down Nurse. Puck's going to be fired back into the Canucks territory. Buck 14 to go, as this will be fired down the left wing for the Vancouver Canucks. Joshua takes it down low, and then the Canucks turnstile Nurse, and then Lindholm takes a couple of whacks on Nurse, and Nurse just throws the stick out of Lindholm's hands, and this will now be picked up by Kane, right wing inside the Oilers offensive zone. Fired back to the point by McDavid. Draisaitl turns at the point to keep it onside. Draisaitl over to McDavid. McDavid spins right in front, backhand looking, can't get it through, and the Canucks will sauce back the other way, 3-on-2. The attack coming. Puck right through the middle, right down low. Skinner kicks it out. That looked like it was going to the back of the net, the way this series has gone at times. And this will be the Canucks getting to the attack with 26 seconds to go. Pushed off the puck by Bouchard was Miller. Right up the middle now. Here comes Ekholm. Ekholm across to the far side. In on the net. Here comes Draisaitl. In on Shilvas. Save made. Delayed penalty for the Vancouver Canucks with 14 seconds to go. What did I say? The Oilers need that late period power play to get going. But, oh my goodness, that was a tough go there for the Oilers on that goal against. And Zadorov from an impossible angle. It definitely hit CC's stick. I can say that much. But does that excuse from that far out the goal against for Skinner? Not a chance, right? I know I defended him yesterday, but again, you got to come back with a rebound performance. Suter, though, has gone off for a call. So now, let's do this. P.S. Suter just sitting in the box, hunched over. My goodness, what am I going to do? A goal in 2 opportunities for the Oilers. You need a power play goal here, or one to start the third period to keep this game alive. Puck's rimmed out by Vancouver on an easy exit. And that, for all intents and purposes, as Skinner sets up Bouchard along the right wing, the Oilers miss the pass. That should do it for this second period of play. So the Canucks are saying, hey, there should be a stoppage. That should have been icing with about 0.8 of a second on the clock. Canucks have done a lot of complaining to the officials despite being up 3-2 tonight. Oh, actually, McDavid took a run at Zadorov is what happened there. He took him out from behind. Zadorov's refusing to leave the ice. It looks like indeed we are going to play a few more seconds in this second period. The referee's talking things over, looking to see when or if the whistle should have been blown in that second period's final seconds. And the clock says 0-0. Both teams getting a breather here. This is, if anything, just an extended finish and start to the second intermission, right? This is all this is an extended finish to the period, which allows both teams to catch their breath. Face off. To the right, there will be 2.5 seconds to go in the second period as the Canucks set things up here in the Oilers zone with 1.5 seconds to go. Miller right on setting things going. As this one will be a face-off for Draisaitl against Lindholm. Scrambled up off the draw, 9 seconds or 0.9 seconds to go. Bleeds down the clock. Done and dusted. 2 periods of play. 3-2. The Vancouver Canucks lead in this one after 2 periods of play. Friends, the scoring summary. Pettersson, Draisaitl in the first. Everybody wants a word with the officials tonight. Besser, Ekholm, Zadorov in the second period. Again, for the Oilers, kind of a reverse of what they needed to do. They needed to score the lone goal in the first 5 minutes and find a way to keep this game 3-2 by the end of the second. Instead, the Canucks find the goal in the first 5. The Oilers respond, and then Zadorov scores to make it 3-2 for the Canucks. So tough go. After 2 periods of play, though, this one's gotten chippy. This one's kind of gotten aggressive. The Canucks lead the shot department 15-13, so the Oilers' next shot on goal will be an important one. 23-15, the hits for the Canucks. 21-16, the face-offs for the Oilers. So a bold prediction here after 2 periods of play from yours truly. No matter what the outcome is tonight, if the Oilers win the face-off category, we're either losing in overtime or winning this hockey game at any juncture of the next rest of tonight. So that's the bold prediction. If the Oilers win the face-off battle, they do not lose this one in regulation, I guess is how to put that one fairly and straightfully. So, friends, again, if you're new to the channel, thanks for being aboard here tonight. I want you to hit that subscribe button here on Dolynny TV. And number 2, all told for you this evening, I want you to hit that like button. We're up at 147. I'm going to go for my quick break right now, but I want you to hit that like button. I want to see us get to about 200 by the end of the third period, and I want to see it get crazy in here by the end of the third period, if you know what I mean, as we get towards what could be possible overtime. I'll leave you on a commercial break, and I will be right back here in this second intermission. All right, friends, let's do this. Third period action coming on up here in just a few moments' time as the Oilers and Canucks look forward to, well, renewing what is going to be an important third period. The Oilers will have the power play to start, so that is important for us. Obviously down 3-2, and now we need to find a way to win tonight's hockey game from a come-from-behind effort. Oh, wait, where have we seen that before? Didn't the Canucks come from behind in the third period? That is interesting, one might say. One might say that's interesting to some degree. So we will see what the Oilers have in store for us this evening as we go towards the final leg of this stream, one might say, as we are just a third period away from settling up tonight's hockey game. But what you got to remember right now, too, is that for the Oilers and Canucks, this is a big anniversary in Oilers land. 18 years ago, Sean Horkoff scored a triple overtime winner. So, overtime, not out of the possibility this evening. And I will tell you, we are about to explode here on the live stream if overtime comes up to action. So again, friends, I'll take you right now. Again, the Oilers are down. I don't want to talk too much about it, but I want to take you to the live streams over on YouTube right now. Austin Hockey is live with 89 folks aboard. Patrick and Toff with the Rig 72 broadcast have 31 folks aboard over there. So if you want to go sprinkle in 5 minutes over at each live stream, I won't blame you. I'll in fact encourage you to do so, to check out what else is the offerings across Oilers land here on YouTube as we get towards what is quickly going to be a big third period for both teams. Obviously the Canucks, the first time they've had to hold a lead in the third period, and we'll see where we go as this one goes to 652 hours on the stream, friends. We have 348 to come up with at the end of the day. So we'll see where we go as Jack's hoping for triple OT. Username's aboard for the ride here. Action is joined in as well. Anyone else we have missed early on here in the chat over the past little bit? I don't think so. Atomic, welcome in as well, and Music, welcome in as Music. I will tell you, Jack Campbell has already been called up. Jack Campbell has been called up way back at the start of the playoffs. Again, you will not see Jack Campbell play before Calvin Pickard unless the Oilers have some kind of ace up their sleeve when it comes to playing Campbell against the Canucks, which I don't think they do. If you've watched Jack Campbell play the Canucks, it's usually not pretty. So that's what we got. And as well, yeah, that's where we're sitting at going into the third period. It's just kind of, the Oilers need that effort. They haven't had to have it all series. Well, right now, we'll see what happens as, yeah, the Oilers have to get to action here in this third period of play. Now, the big thing is, if the Oilers keep it at 3 goals against, they likely don't lose this game. If they do not give up another goal in whatever it takes to get 4, the Oilers have a good chance. I mean, 3 or less with Skinner in net, you usually have a good chance with the Edmonton Oilers offense. So, am I worried right now? No. If the Canucks make it 4-2, okay, game over. I'll admit it right there. Game over if the Canucks make it 4-2 right out of the gate. But if the Oilers keep it 3-2, score on the power play, make it 3-3, and then it's may the best team score the 4th one, yeah, I don't know what to tell you there. I don't know what to tell you because it could get really interesting for the Oilers from that perspective. So, yeah, we got a lot to go on this intermission, friends, obviously. I want to give a quick second. I forgot to do this earlier. David threw down the super chat earlier on tonight. That was why we went commercial 3, I believe, through the first period. That was. There's no timestamp on it, but commercial free through the first period. And friends, as well, it's been an interesting playoffs thus far, one might argue, for kind of how these live streams have worked out. We had overtime in one game in the Kings series. The Oilers promptly lost that just a few minutes in. So tonight we're hoping that if the Oilers go to overtime, that it's an extended duration and we kind of get a party a little bit because it is Friday night. And I told everybody I got no Friday night plans because the Oilers, they're going to suck up all my time. And hopefully that is the case. send that text message out and get the phone lighting up. Brenda, welcome in. Tristan, welcome in as well. Bradley, welcome aboard as we get Cosmo as well. Everybody's cheering for the Canucks here coming into the chat just now. That is fine and dandy, friends. Cheer for who you might. The Edmonton Oilers and the Canucks are set to do battle in this third period, and what's going to be a fun one down the stretch, as Jack Michaels would say. I think we're due for a pretty good finish to this game, as we were in game number 1, right? It's not like the Oilers didn't have a chance at the end of the hockey game. They played it out to the very final minute and just couldn't quite get the puck on net at the right time in that final minute to get the job done. Helly, welcome aboard. And username, you must have missed me welcoming you into the stream. My apologies there, as I'm getting yelled at for not giving shoutouts in the stream. Tough go, tough go. Oh, there we go. Yeah, you betcha. I mentioned that the messages are sent out, and that means, yes, indeed, I'm getting the comments here saying I'm looking good on the stream. Well, friends, the hair was done haphazardly tonight. My friend back home in up there in the Edmonton area. Thank you for the kind compliment, but guys gotta come with a much better effort Sunday night. I'll tell you that much. We are just partying this evening though, as the Oilers and Canucks doing good. Far from over, but far from good. Hey, there's a saying. Far from over, but far from good for the Edmonton Oilers in this second round. I like it. We'll take that. Anime, welcome in. Alex, welcome in as well as we get things rolling here. Daniel, welcome in. I've never claimed Stuart Skinner as an elite goalie. He's an all-star. That's happened once, but Stuart Skinner is a guy that you can win with, but not necessarily win because of. That's, I guess, an argument you can make right there. As I'm also getting this message sent my way, sensing this period will have a lasting impact either way it goes. So we kind of saw that in that second period. The Oilers and Canucks dusting up more than they have throughout the first 4 periods of this series. Whether it be the bumps and bruises that are endure from the third period, whether it be the score or how the game finishes, this next period could be one that really directs how this series goes. I think that's a fair comment, and we'll see what happens here. I know we got the sport back home in Baco tonight, and like I was saying right off the top, if Skinner wants to lock it down in the third, Ryan McLeod, Evan Bouchard, Dylan Holloway score a goal, the Oilers are in good shape here to end tonight's hockey game. So again, friends, like I said, if you're just tuning in right now, my big key is the Oilers will not lose this game in regulation should they win the face-off battle through 60 minutes of play. So that is my prediction for you, but we'll see where we go here this evening as we continue along. We're into the last little bits of the intermission. As there it is, the Snapchat filter is coming on out on the messages. Like to see it as we go here. As Digimon, are the refs calling for Vancouver? I really don't think the refs are just goofing this game, to be honest with you. They've missed things. They've called stupid things both ways. I don't think they have a full grasp on where this game or this series is going to go or where it's truly at. So it'll be interesting to see what they do here for an encore in this third period of play. Could feel that the whole way. Had someone tickling the throat. My apologies. But yeah, the Oilers and Canucks, obviously after 2 periods play, here's how the scoring summary lines up. Elias Pettersson, Leon Draisaitl in the first, Besser, Matthias Ekholm, and Nikita Zadorov in the second period. We line up for a 3-2 score for the Canucks after 2. Stuart Skinner, well, you know what, not all bad. He's got 12 saves on 15 shots. Arturs Silvas has 11 saves on 13 shots. So again, Silvas is operating at an .846 save percentage. So heaven forbid, if the Oilers shot the puck more, they might actually win this game. And for Stuart Skinner, he's operating at a grand total of a .8. So both goalies in the 800s. How much stock do you put into 46 in the 800s, I guess, is what I'm going to tell you right there. So we'll see where we go. But Glenn, that is where we are sitting. It is a long way from being over. Oilers fans are going to have their say when they show up at Rogers Place on Sunday night. Let me tell you, I don't know if I want to be the Canucks going into Rogers after losing game 2 if that's what happens tonight. So a lot to be assumed, but the Oilers obviously have to do a lot of work to make that happen here tonight. So the Oilers are rolling along this evening. Let me get going. I've got the messages just streaming in here in this intermission. As we have officially, the reason the messages are streaming in, there's 330 of you aboard right now, and the other side too, we've just crossed 10,000 views on the live stream. So thank you to everybody being aboard, tuning in whenever you have, or whenever, how many times you have. Really do appreciate you hanging out with me here on the broadcast tonight, and we'll see where this broadcast brings us by the end of 20 minutes in the third period of play. For those of you asking, Scott Neffwoods, how's the cat? We're not quite that late yet. I give it another 10 minutes into the third period. It's kind of been a weird go. I don't know if you guys heard that earlier tonight. The dog kind of scattered everybody in the house there earlier on in the live stream. Kind of a weird go. He kind of freaked out. Sometimes things happen down the country road that kind of scare him, right? Some machinery isn't so friendly, so he kind of freaked out and ran through the house like a little crazy and kind of freaked the cats out. I actually didn't even know where both of them were until I went upstairs in the second period. So we'll see if the cats decide to make an appearance down here tonight, but unlikely to happen this evening. So yeah, the Oilers have a lot of work to do in this third period. So quickly, they got to get to work on the power play. But now, what the Oilers desperately have to do is come up with an effort that wins you a hockey game through 20 minutes of the third period, not the first few minutes. So yeah, this is going to be interesting to see what the response on this power play is to start the third period. Like I said, the face-off battle, you win it, we go to overtime. You probably lose still, knowing the Oilers in overtime. And 0-2, Stuart Skinner's letting in some cheeky ones tonight. But stats after 40, this is always my favorite. Offensive zone time, 16.28 or 16.28. Canucks have 14.42. Slot save percentage, 75% from the slot, 66.7 for the Canucks. So again, you get a couple chances here from the slot. Maybe you find a way to rally this one up. But the Oilers need to definitely, as nations saying, go for a ride and in this third period. Like, if you lose, you need to lose because the Canucks just weathered the storm the only way any team in the NHL can, holding on to a string. So, all right, let's do it. Yeah, let's get this going as the Oilers are set for the face-off inside the neutral zone at center ice. Nugent Hopkins, Draisaitl, Hyman, McDavid, Bouchard. Face-offs one back by Hyman, 2 Bouchard. Here we go. $1:40 remaining in the power play as Bouchard gives on across the line to McDavid. McDavid to the left wing. That was a quick intermission, by the way. Draisaitl with the puck now. Draisaitl will roll off the wall back to Bouchard. Bouchard skating with it at the point. Bouchard down near side to Nugent Hopkins. Nugent Hopkins back at the point, far side now. Shot comes in off the post again. Jammed in the crease. Chilvas falls on the puck, and the Oilers come within an eyelash again in the third period of getting a very important goal for the second game in a row. Chilvas gets bailed by the red iron behind him. My goodness. What a shot from Connor McDavid off the far side post. Just a beauty, and then it bounced off of somebody in front, and Hyman just about plumbed it home. As Cole had it hit him, he lost sight of it, and Hyman whacked it a couple of times. Bucks 17 to go in this third period. Hronek's yelling the discussions here. So face off near side inside the Canucks zone. This is McDavid at the high point. It's Bouchard at the far point. Here's McDavid over to Bouchard. The shot through traffic. Tips up off a body and goes wide of the net. Picked up by Draisaitl. Draisaitl back to the point for Bouchard. Bouchard back. Give and go with Draisaitl. Draisaitl rolling along the wall. Draisaitl looking for an option. He'll go near side now to Nuge and Hopkins. Nuge back to Draisaitl. Draisaitl will leave it off to McDavid. McDavid with 52 seconds to go on the power play. Draisaitl with the puck. Far side bounce in front off of somebody on the far side. Went wide. Back to Bouchard. It goes from Hyman. Hyman drifts over as he will line up in front. Shot goes again. Hyman doesn't have a bite off him from Nugent Hopkins. Canucks come up with the puck. This is an important generating power play here for the Oilers. Bouchard at the point. 30 seconds to go. Dancing through the middle is McDavid, covered up. Covered up by Schilvas. All right. 18:41 to go in this third period to play. The Oilers quickly to the attack here in this third period. Right off the power play as Bouchard just blasted it through and just couldn't bite. As Zadorov might be a little banged up on that shot, and then Nugent Hopkins goes right at Schilvas off the shoulder. The Oilers need to find a way to score here as they will line up the top unit for the last 26 seconds of the power play. The Oilers look to get going as this one will be a face-off to the left of Schilvas. This is back through the middle as this one goes now free for the Canucks, and they will fire down into the Oilers' end. Takes a funny hop, free it up inside the Oilers' end for Bouchard. He walked the guy back as this one back to Bouchard. Bouchard will pick up for the Oilers. McDavid across the line, in on the net to the far side boards. He peeled off, took the Canucks player down. No call upcoming. Back down low it goes. The Oilers can't handle it. 3 shots on the last power play for the Oilers. Not good enough to score a goal. You needed that goal right there. The shot fired in by Soucy. 18:00 on the clock in the third period. Battling off the boards, the Oilers come up with the puck. Fired now up the wall by Kane. Turned over to the Canucks. Fired back down low to Pettersson. Pettersson from in behind the net. He'll try to make the walk out from behind. Nurse Cece did something right and sealed off the front of the net as this one will be picked up to the near side for Hughes. Hughes walking on down through the slot. McLeod harassing him, is able to get the save from Skinner and pick up the puck and start rocking back the other way as this will be fired now for Pettersson. Pettersson up along the wall. Now we'll get it out for Mikheyev through the middle. Mikheyev fires into the far side corner. Dumped in behind the net. Now off the bounce as Desharnais comes up along the wall, and that will be no icing. I thought the way the Canucks players slowed down, it was an icing call. Neither way. Cole will start back the other way with 17:11. The Oilers poke it off his stick. Henrique, who's been quiet thus far, recovering from an ankle injury, will tap it down low for Perry, who gets it to Mr. Dylan Holloway, who desperately would be a goal scorer we need. Desharnais, the shot from the point, drifts through traffic out of play off a push save from Schilvas with 16:54 to go in this third period to play. Friends, welcome aboard as we get things going in this third period. Boy, oh boy, we are up for a good one. As Hughes right in on net, save made by Skinner, and McLeod had followed him all the way down, and Quinn Hughes has an ugly mark on his chin, or on his cheek. That is going to be a problem. The doctors are going to have to flush that heavily. 24-20 the face-offs now for the Canucks, as the Oilers win another one to make it 24-20 or 25-20. So the Oilers maintain their 5 lead in there. So this one goes along the end wall. This one is picked up now by the Oilers as they try to get things going. This will be Corey Perry, seeing it stolen there as this comes free to the near side. Joshua will fire up off the boards and out into the neutral zone as it'll be picked up by Holloway. Holloway will start ahead for the Oilers. Down low inside the Canucks territory. It'll be rimmed around the boards back into the neutral, and the Canucks will try and come away with this one. Fired back in by Joshua, picked up by the Oilers. Both teams starting to go for those line changes a little quicker here in this third period, it might seem, as both teams just try to get the puck in and do something with it. If not, go back the other way and change. As Kane bangs up against the boards here with the Canucks as both teams battling. 16:01 to go in this third period to play. Hughes comes free with the puck in behind his own net to Hronek. Hronek right through the middle as, Janmark just whacked him a million times and freed up that puck eventually after he forced Hronek to fire it down low, as this is now, Nugent Hopkins off the shoulder of Shieldloss, and then a huge hit by Kane sends Hughes' helmet flying off again. Hughes looking worse for wear as this game goes along, and the Oilers have not been friendly to him all series. That's twice they've popped his helmet in tonight's hockey game. Down low to Stuart Skinner, picked up by Darnell Nurse. 15:24 to go in this third period, right through the middle of the far side, picked up and fired across the line. Both teams tie up there. Offside it is, near side pass. This is going to be flipped up through the neutral as the Oilers fire it back the other way in the neutral, as both teams just batting around, tying up bodies here. Hyman throws a jolt against Miller. Miller got the better of it with the hands up. Fired back in by the Canucks. 15 minutes to go in this third period of play. The Oilers once again have the shot lead. 18-16. Back the other way. The Oilers transition through the neutral. Puck is missed. It'll be an icing call late from the referee, and a shot right there as Hughes still doesn't have his helmet, and Kane's yelling at Quinn Hughes here as Kane absolutely rocked Hughes. His head actually popped off the ice. That's why the helmet came off. If they show it on this replay, is, man, yeah, that's a hard hit. I think his shoulder absorbed the most of the contact, but tough goal right there for Quinn Hughes, as this will be face off now inside the Oilers territory. Back to the point it goes, and the Canucks fire it down low off the stick to Höglander. Höglander right in front, stolen away, and Mr. Zach Hyman does enough to disrupt in the middle. Here's McDavid in on a breakaway. McDavid down, shoots, scores. Tie game. Oh my captain, we are tied. The Edmonton Oilers, right like that. Connor McDavid decides to shoot the puck. The moss pit is going nuts. It is 3-3 with 14:33 to play in this third period. My goodness, what a goal for the Edmonton Oilers. Zach Hyman, Soucy stepped up. Terrible play by Myers. And McDavid to the races, beats Shieldloss blocker's side to score the goal that gets us back in a hockey game. Like I said, the Oilers keep the Canucks to 3 goals tonight. We either lose in overtime or win this hockey game, but what a goal. What a time to shoot the puck by McDavid right under the blocker hand of Archer Shieldloss, and it's 14:33 to go in the third period in a brand new hockey game for the Oilers. Chat, I loved how you came alive for that one. Let's do this again all over here as the Oilers look to answer right back. All right, the Canucks scored 40 seconds after scoring the tying goal. As this one will be face off at center ice. Draisaitl draws his third point of the game, as this will be fired back inside the zone, and this will be back now for the Canucks at their own blue line. Joshua has it pushed off him. Kane's able to jam it down low. Nuge is trying to battle there. Nuge, a hard stick, fought it down low with the help from Kane. Coming near side, now the puck's back into the neutral territory. 14:10 to go in this third period of play. Up off the boards, the Canucks get the turnover inside the Oilers' end. Back behind, Joshua goes back for the Canucks as they will load up the shot. Fogle makes him double clutch, and it goes in behind the net now. Picked up by Fogle, as it's now a 3-3 hockey game with 13:52 to go here in this third period of play. Like I said, brand new hockey game. Let's do it. As this one goes to the far side, the Canucks. Cole is yelling down the wing, as this will be picked up now by the Oilers across into their own end. And this will be picked up by the Canucks in the neutral zone. Tipped in there as a big hit trying to be laid on Di Giuseppe by Perry. Didn't pan out. And here's Cody Ceci battling along the end wall. Picked up off the end of the net. There is Darnell Nurse. Nurse will flip out into the neutral zone as the Canucks gather up and both teams entangle in what is going to be a good finish to tonight's game. 13:10 to go in the third period. Watch this clock bleed down. Oh boy, we're going to have a little bit of fun tonight. We're going to party on a Friday night, I promise you that. Win, lose, or otherwise, we're going to have a good time as the Oilers getting going here as this one battles up along the wall. Ekholm will go to the far side boards, picked up by the Oilers. They'll fire to the near side now for Hyman. Hyman across the line. Hyman leaves it there for Bouchard down the wing. Can't find the back of the net on 2 attempts. Bouchard again with a third shot, stopped by Chilvas, who's suddenly stopping everything once again after giving up the goal. The Oilers have 20 shots in the hockey game. McDavid over to Draisaitl off the post. Again, as the Oilers come within inches of taking the lead. Canucks are swimming inside their own zone. McDavid gives it right to Suter, who will cross center and peel off for a line change. My goodness, what an opportunity there for the Edmonton Oilers. 12:10 to go in the third period as it's fired up by Ekholm down the length of the ice, and icing call with 12:06 to go. Friends, we are in for a good finish tonight. If you're aboard for the ride tonight, I'd like you to hit that like button. We're about to absolutely pop off on this live stream. I'm going to tell you that. We're about to go nuts down the stretch here the rest of the way home. Again, friends, as well, if you're just tuning in or new to the channel or anything, or like I'm not saying if you just tuned in 5 seconds ago, consider hitting that subscribe button. With that, let's get back to action here. The Oilers, the Canucks, doing battle late in this third period, 12 minutes to go, as we are officially inside the last, what would that be? I don't even know how to do that math, as this one's across the line for the Canucks. Mikheyev right in towards this. Like I said, I'm a broadcaster by trade. I don't know math. It kind of hurts me at my job sometimes, as this one comes down low for Ekholm. Ekholm to the far side, picked up by Holloway. He gets it out of the zone. Janmark delivers a hit that frees up a puck. Canucks, though, the beneficiary of it. Back the other way, here comes Hughes. Hughes across the line, spins, sends it down. Picked up by Kulak, picked up by Desharnais. Alfredo, by the way, I missed you earlier in the chat. Thanks for being aboard. 11:25 to go in this third period, as this will go to the far side. The Canucks down the wing. Garland fakes the slapper again, shoots the puck towards the net. It goes up over top. Joshua in behind has the puck. 11:15 to go in this third period. Oh boy, as this one gets going here, as Hughes will fire the shot towards the net. Garland fires it. Save made in front by the block shot. The Oilers trying to race back the other way. Kane couldn't get it going, and it'll be fired back into the Canucks territory, as this will be picked up, tipped away by Zadorov, as Garland will come across center. The Oilers pick it up, fire it back into the Canucks zone. I think McDavid's fully offside by a step there. Good thing the Canucks quickly gathered up that puck instead, and here come the Canucks trying to break out of their own zone, as they will play pitch and catches. Draisaitl's done a great job tonight on the top line with Connor McDavid, and this will be flipped back inside the Oilers' territory. 10:26 to go in the third period. Nurse makes a gaff in behind the net, quickly swallows it back up, though the Canucks retain possession inside the Oilers' zone. This one will be flipped out by Draisaitl up ahead to Nurse. Nurse will make the pass to Ceci. That's a brain fryer as the Canucks back the other way. Here's Besser down the wing. Shot short side, missed. And the Oilers are able to live another day here, tied 3-3 with exactly half a hockey game to go. Canucks fans decently into the hockey game, sitting down, trying to see what happens, as this one is Leon Draisaitl taking a jolt there. Picked up by the Canucks after it exits the zone, back the other way across the line. Here's the Canucks to the backhand. Looking shelf on Stuart Skinner, who is leaving a lot of daylight up top, and the Canucks are smelling it. They're open. 9:37 to go in this third period of play. It'll be fired in by Hronek, who has fresh legs coming off the bench. It's going to help the Canucks get the puck back inside the Oilers zone. 9.5 to go. Here's Joshua back to the point. The shot coming from Hronek, but he was thinking about it a little too much, and he missed the puck. 9:19 to go as time continues to bleed down. Here's Garland down the wing, swallowed up by Skinner. Awkward save. Kulak messes the guy to the ice. Desharnais gives a shot to Garland, who retaliates, and oh boy, let's get going. The Oilers and Canucks are in an old-fashioned dandy tonight. Both teams going out there battling, as that puck went off of Ryan Nugent-Hopkins' neck and away from the net, as Besser fired that puck just wide of the net as well on the break back the other way, and then a shot off the shoulder post, and Stuart Skinner survives that for the time being. Friends, we are inside the last 10 minutes of play. The Oilers are tied 3-3. They tied the hockey game this third period. Again, I will encourage you to hit that subscribe button for one reason and one reason only. I would like you to come back for Game 3, Game 4, Game 5, whatever the case might be. And just to tell you right now, the goal was 15,700 subscribers on the live stream tonight. Well, we're up to 15,578 by the looks of it. So 579 now that I asked. Okay, cool. Thank you. As we will go to the watch time on this stream now and try and figure out where we're sitting after almost 2.5 periods of play. Friends, we are dandily at, how about this, 811 hours. So we've got 189 to go in the last grand total of 9 minutes of action to try and figure this out. So, let's do it. Let's do it. I am enjoying the heck out of this hockey game, and I think this is going to be a pretty good dang finish, I think one could say. So, yeah, let's see what the Oilers can do here tonight. Obviously, the Canucks, too, could do something pretty amazing as well, as both teams engaged in what has been a heck of a battle. I know I'd like to use a better term, but we'll keep it friendly for all ages. As we're up at 10:30, I assume out on the West Coast, 9:30, out on the East Coast, 12:30. Friends on the East Coast, rest in peace. We could be going a long time tonight, but we'll see what happens as this game is going to get interesting tonight down the stretch. We've got less than 10 minutes to go before the Oilers truly figure out if we're headed to overtime or if we're headed into a win or loss in regulation. As we've hit 10:30 mark, so the live stream flips over to the end. This will be picked up by Nugent Hopkins off the face-off. The Oilers back the other way. Derek Ryan, Warren Foegele on the ice. Nuge quickly in behind, disrupts, allows Foegele to come up with the puck. Foegele to the far side pass. The shot off the side of the net for the Oilers. I thought they had just broken the tie. 8:56 to go in this third period of play. The Canucks get the turnover inside the Oilers' end. They strip it away, though. Quickly does Foegele. Back the other way. This is going to lead out. Kane gives a good shot at Zadorov. Offside. 8:42 to go in this third period of play, friends. Buckle up. Let's do it. We're 14 likes away from 200. So if you haven't hit that like button yet, let's get that done as we are about to come into the final few acts of this one. We are inside just about the last 500 seconds of tonight's hockey game. So buckle up. It's going to be good as the Oilers really need to find a way to win tonight's hockey game, really need to find a way to get this job done. And of course, for the Canucks, they are looking to take a 2-0 series lead. And it'd be dang nice to see the Oilers go home with the split. But the Canucks desperately don't want that to happen. Both teams tied 3-3. Canucks fire the puck into the Oilers zone. Icing with 8:35. 2 quick whistles back to back here in this middle part of the frame for the third period. Outscored the Oilers 10-1 in third periods this season. Regulation and playoffs. The Oilers have the lone goal of tonight's third period. So composure for the Oilers, knowing they've kind of had a struggle, is going to be key here in this third period against the Canucks down the stretch. So this one, Draisaitl out there on the ice. Donald's picked Hyman as the winner. I don't know what you know about Donald, but he's the first one on the case every time the Oilers score a goal here. And Hyman's currently on the ice as this one goes back. Off the draw for a face-off win. Draisaitl's got it near side corner. Back to the point. Bouchard. Bouchard down to Draisaitl. Draisaitl off the wall. Picks it up. Here's McDavid. McDavid gets taken down to a knee. Fair enough. No call. Don't care. As Draisaitl will play this one back to the point now for McDavid. McDavid going to the far side wall. McDavid will shoot the puck. Shilvas makes the save with 8:09 to go in this third period of play, friends. We're just about to hit. The next update will be 12,000 on the stream. Bing bang, just like that, we're there. So here you have it. The Oilers have found a way to make it 3-3, and McDavid gets a beautiful shot on net that Shilvas swallows up. So here we go. We will go again to another commercial break just like that. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, friends. The water has gotten to me. I'll be right back. All right, quick back to it. Quick. Let's do this. Third period, late. Let's go. Oilers, 3-3. Let's get this done. The Oilers desperately need to find a way to win tonight's hockey game. As Wales said in the chat there, here on Dolynny TV, we decided whoever won game one will lose the series. This is true. We almost didn't want the Oilers to win after we made that one, so we'll see where we go. But right now, the Oilers need to buckle up and get this job done in the third period. Everybody needs to find a way to score a goal here, whether it be the Canucks, the Oilers. And ultimately, if this goes to overtime, somebody's got to score to end the game, or else we just play until exhaustion. 28-23 the face-offs. The Oilers continue to lead that category. Keep an eye on that near side as Bouchard fires the shot towards the net. Save made by Archer Shilovs. And let's do this. We're 5 likes away from 200, friends. Just about there. 8:02 to go in this third period of the play. So we'll see. Rodolfo, welcome in, as this will be a face-off to the near side inside the Canucks territory. 8:02 to go. Average watch time on the stream, by the way, is 4:11. That's pretty crazy. Draisaitl draws in against Miller. Miller's been given the odds in the playoffs so far on the face-offs, but of course that's kind of had Draisaitl because he's kicked out of the draw quite a bit. McDavid given a little bit more of an edge here, according to AWS, as this will be a face-off lost by the Oilers. Again, Miller cleans up in the draw as this will be fired back inside the Canucks inside the Oilers territory. Bouchard, sorry, what? As that is icing somehow, some way, as it hit Ekholm. It was a full-length clear by the Canucks. Ekholm says it hit him in the arm. 7:54 to go. This is where I wish I had the TV audio, because that was confusing as heck, but we will redo the draw here for the Oilers and Canucks inside the Canucks zone. That was almost a perfect zone clear for the Canucks, but for some reason the referees brought it all the way back. So we'll see what happens on this one as they get everybody sorted back onto the ice. Miller's yelling, "Why am I going back out there?" Myers is like, "Bro, I got to be out here, so what are you talking about?" As this will be a face-off to the right now, Shilovs. 7:54 to go. We have really bled down 35 seconds of clock over the past about 6-8 minutes of this actual real-time day. It is now 10:37 here in Alberta as this one's fired down low, picked up by the Canucks inside the territory. Tip in front off a Bouchard shot. Just missed the net wide. Hyman in behind the net. He's rolling around behind. He's going to drag on a wraparound 18 years after Sean Horkoff did something similar to end a game in overtime. Triple OT, by the way, as this one's back across the line now for Mr. Zach Hyman. Zach Hyman takes a hard knock against the boards. Zadorov will lead away, chip in on Skinner. Skinner handles the ground ball and picks it up in the glove with 7:23 to go. The Canucks' 18th shot of the hockey game. By the way, the Edmonton Oilers have 23, so Oilers have started finding lanes and getting pucks on net, as that is just a perfect stick at the perfect time by Myers to deflect that one wide. As 19 hits for Tyler Myers in the playoffs. 35-24 the hits for the Canucks. Both teams not very rugged, but both teams definitely laying the body when it counts. As this will be CC batting to the far side. Dakota Joshua in front will flip it there for somebody. Canucks lose it nonetheless, and then two Canucks collide, and it goes off a high stick and back in the neutral zone. Hughes has it whistled down, face off outside the Oilers' end. There you have it. That was a quick little bing, 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 bang, bang sequence, and we continue to just whistle after whistle after whistle. We've played a minute 20 here over, I feel like, the past 10 minutes between the Canucks and Oilers as we get towards the stretch of the game here. Obviously, we're up over 200 likes, friends. We got 423 of you aboard. We are about good, set for a good finish here tonight. As Daniel, massive Aurora Borealis tonight. Unfortunately, we have cloud cover here in southern Alberta, so haven't been able to see it. 7:05 to go in this third period, fired to the far side. I will tell you, I will have to go outside in case I'm missing something in the intermission. As 6:59 to go, face off. Obviously, sturdies up the Canucks attack as this one comes back inside the Oilers zone, and it's picked up now by the Oilers again. They'll steal it away from I think, Joshua along the boards, and the Oilers kind of fight themselves to get it out. Now the linesman to get it out of the zone, and it's Mr. Ryan McLeod getting it back to Darnell Nurse. Played ahead by Perry, knocked down by a glove hand of the Canucks, turned back by Holloway. Perry chips down along the far side wall. McLeod's trying to come up with this one, can't do it. This rolls along the end wall as Perry tries to free up Hughes, doesn't take a penalty, taking him down to the ice. Picked up, and the Oilers will battle along the wall, both teams keeping it going as Holloway freed it up there. The Canucks trying to get back going the other way. This will battle along the wall. Hronek sees it won by the Oilers. Right in front, Janmark off the side of the net. Curnozo time for the Oilers, doing well here as this puck comes up along the wall, as this will be Janmark. Janmark going along behind the net, back to the far side. It'll be fired up along the wall as Holloway back to the point here. The shot coming from Desharnais into the corner, as this is now to the far side for Holloway. Both teams battling, picked up again by Nugent Hopkins. 5:37 to go. The Oilers are just kind of exerting their will here inside the Canucks zone. Hronek glove hand passes along the ice, picked up by Foegele, lost it to Hronek, who got his stick back and fired up down the ice inside the Oilers territory for an icing call. My phone just ding, 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 dinged. Looks like I got some photos of those northern lights, as one might say. Absolutely incredible out in Wisconsin tonight. Guys, I got to get out there. That's absolutely fantastic. So 5:22 to go in this third period. That is unreal colors, by the way. I mean, the purples and the bright light greens. So here we go. Face off. Unsuccessful. The Oilers in their own zone. 5:10. The nerves have hit me. I mean, friends, I'm a fan just the same as you. This is where this gets scary for me, as this comes up along the boards. Picked up by McDavid right in front. Can't get it going as this goes down low now for McDavid again. He'll play right in front. Hyman up ball for Schilvas. Tapped by Draisaitl. Freed up. No whistle in front. Blocked by the Canucks, as Draisaitl will go up off the wall and play it to the near side for Connor McDavid. Both teams battling here. Late in this one, this will be picked up by Matthias Ekholm, methodically down low. This is a shot in front, blocked there to the far side, picked up by Ekholm. The Oilers have had back-to-back shifts of 40 seconds plus inside the Canucks end. As Ekholm stood up, McDavid spun off and was able to come up with that puck. Pass to the near side, 4:20 to go. Hey, celebrate if you celebrate. Oilers fans are nervous. We've cut to the crowd here for some unexplained reason, as this one will come out of the zone and now back inside the Canucks territory, or inside the Oilers territory. Bouchard knocked an innocent man down to the ice. No penalty upcoming for that. 4 minutes to go in the third period of play. Chipped up off the glass by Nurse inside the Canucks territory. This one fired back out into the neutral zone, all the way back in just inside the Oilers' end. And the Oilers do the exact same, tapping it back into the Canucks. And we've got exactly 225 seconds to go in this third period of play. Down off the wall. It'll be spun there, taken down as Foegele. He frees up though, back to the far side, picked up by the Oilers. Shot! Fired Schilvas the save. 27 shots for the Oilers, 17 for the Canucks. So, wow, the Edmonton Oilers, the Canucks, putting in an absolute unbelievable game tonight. This one has been a dandy by every metric. This is, I mean, the Oilers, lifeless for half a game in game one. Both teams never said stop at any point tonight. Friends, welcome aboard to Dolynny TV. We've got likely the last commercial timeout before the end of the hockey game. Yeah, you've gotten, maybe if you just joined in, a little sample of the play-by-play and the passion that's going on here tonight. I would like you, for game 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, whatever is necessary, to hit that subscribe button here on Dolynny TV. Tonight we're aiming for 15,700 subscribers. Again, I've done a terrible job updating it tonight, but right now as we currently sit, if my app would update, we're at 15,582. So we're sitting about 118 off. I set a pretty lofty goal tonight. Usually I only go up by the hundreds, but tonight I went up 200 thinking where we'd be. As here we go, friends. This is what I was promised late in the game on Wednesday. If you were in the chat last time out, Josh was doing our moderating for us. Cold Lake Kid was in here earlier tonight. Would be interesting if we get an appearance from Clem, but we'll see what he's doing with the Northern Lights. But Josh joining us to finish this one off. Josh and I have plans later this evening to party late into the night, quite literally, as we go along for the ride. So let's get this going here tonight, friends. The Oilers, the Canucks tied 3-3 late in the third period. I keep rubbing this, because win or lose for the Oilers, overtime is always a good thing in the playoffs. It's the 18-year anniversary of Sean Horkoff sending us home in game, I believe, 3 against the San Jose Sharks in what was a huge comeback for the Oilers, down 2-0. So we'll see tonight if the Oilers have something similar in store. Awake, thank you so much for the super chat as well. Ryan, welcome aboard. And Crozier, welcome in. CS, missed you earlier, but yeah, we are rolling for some massive solar flares in the night sky. Yeah, it's a beautiful night. Get outside. When the intermission or the end of the game happens, get outside, get to a clear spot in the sky and check things out. 3:28 to go in this third period of play. Shots fired off the back end of the net. CC towards the back as Kane comes out, wraps it around just the same as Horkoff did in 06, but he's turned aside by Shilvas. And the Oilers, with 3:18 to go in this third period, continue to pound the Canucks deep inside their own zone, as a beautiful wrap there by Kane just about solves Shilov's. And friends, we are up over 13,000 views on the stream. We are crushing towards that 1,000 hour mark here. 3:18 to go. This is nervous times. Again, friends, if I start bumbling my words, like I said, I'm just along for the ride, the same as you. Just a little bit of experience behind the mic calling hockey. All the difference might be is this one comes back to the point. Nurse fires off the boards. Perfect bounce to Kane. Kane will take the puck back to CC. CC fires the shot off the end wall. Oh my goodness, that one went right out in front, and then Fogle just took down Zadorov with a little chop on the knees, it looked like, and we will have a face-off to the left of Shilov's with 3:08 to go in the third period. My concern is the Oilers have played the last pretty much 7 minutes of this third period, well, the last 4 minutes of the third period inside the Canucks zone. So, yeah, we'll see what we do here late, as if the Canucks come back the other way on a rush. I'm a little scared to see that next shot on net. Not to curse it, but let's see what happens, as Zadorov will go off for a line change. Talkett's talking things over with his coaches. Friends, nervous moments amongst both fan bases this evening. Just about to hit 500 of you aboard on the live stream. We'll get crazy if we go to overtime. Face off between Draisaitl and Miller. One back by Miller on a second-ditch effort. Cleared out by the Canucks to the point. Tapped again. Bouchard able to keep it onside. Canucks gather it up along the wall. Fired back to Bouchard in the neutral zone. 2:57 to go. Picked up by McDavid. McDavid across the line. Gets it free for Draisaitl. Draisaitl back to the point. Shot from Ekholm. Hits Hyman in front. And this one will come near sideboards. Picked up by Ekholm in the neutral zone. Far side goes up off of McDavid into the zone, as this one will be a puck batted out by the Canucks. Really sense blood in the water here for the Oilers, but they're just unable to solve Shilov's late. Here's Hyman to the front. Tap back door, misses just wide. McDavid keeps it onside, near side now for Draisaitl. Fake shot from Bouchard. Draisaitl, Bouchard pumps it on net. Shilov's picks up the puck with 95-mile-an-hour rubber coming at him. 2:17 to go in this third period. Holy goodness sakes, my heart is absolutely thumping, friends. The Edmonton Oilers have taken us to the brink of this hockey game. So, whew. Let's do this. Let's do this. The Edmonton Oilers, 2:17 to go in the third. We're down the stretch, as Jack Michaels has probably already said on the 6:30 Ched broadcast. Let's do it. 15:44 offensive zone possession for the Edmonton Oilers. They have face off the Canucks 31-29. Scrambled up by the Canucks. 2:15 to go up along the boards. Clamped down by Henrique at the point. Shot kept in by Henrique on the clearing attempt along the near side boards. Perry rims around, and McLeod. We've got the second squad out there. The shot fired through traffic, blocked in front by the Canucks. Spinning effort. Canucks, I think that's Garland, kind of laboring right there. Skinner, sketchy off the side corner of the post as the Oilers quickly clear out of the zone there. $1:50 to go in the third period. Pass to the near side as this will be across the line. Garland down low will take a ride there from Desharnais as McLeod frees up the puck behind the net. Back to the point it goes. Shot from Garland. The shot hits somebody in front and goes wide. $1:30 to go here to the far side. Picked up now by Mikheyev as this will be freed up again by the Oilers on a good chance there along the end wall for the Canucks to keep it in. They do it the high point for Hughes. Shot blocked in front. Battled there by Kulak. Out of the zone, down the ice. Does it have enough for icing? It does. With a $1:14 to go in this third period. $1:12 now on the clock. As the Oilers and Canucks remain tied 3-3. The Canucks for the first time all late third period getting a face-off inside the Oilers zone, and that puck off the end wall hits Skinner in the pad in what was probably the sketchiest bounce of the hockey game thus far. Canucks fans are handing it to the Edmonton Oilers right now. Everybody on their feet as they try to wave the towels home to bring this one home, as this is a $1:12 to go in this third period of play. The Oilers Canucks tied 3-3 late in this hockey game. McLeod in the face-off dot. Trapped out there following the icing call. The Canucks to the far side. Shot drifts down low into the corner. The Canucks keep it to the point. It's out of the zone. Myers in the neutral territory trying to play it ahead. The Oilers deflect it back inside the Canucks end. Less than a minute to play in the third period of play as the Canucks go far side looking to get ahead. 50 seconds remain in the third period. The Oilers up through the middle of the ice. Onto the tape here. Nuge and Hopkins across the line. Nuge spins off a check, looks to get this going back now for Draisaitl. Draisaitl will point the shot from Bouchard. Loaded but didn't come. Ekholm pumps it towards the net. Shot down low by Nugent Hopkins. Goes off the pads of Shilovs and out of the front of the net as Bluger will drift it back down inside the Canucks offensive zone. 24 seconds to go in this third period of play. Let's bring this home, friends. 18 seconds remain in the third period. The Oilers one last rush up the ice or a possible bad turnover. Either or is still a chance as it's across into the Canucks zone. 8 seconds to go. Cole with the puck spins it up along the boards. He will hold on for dear life. Canucks Oilers are headed to overtime this evening. 3-3 the score. Oh my goodness, friends. Here we go. Triple OT. Hey, who wants to party on a Friday night 18 years later? This is going to be a good time. Connor McDavid with the game-tying goal in the third period. Oh boy, let's do it. My stomach is in knots. Oh goodness sakes, this is going to be fun. Oh boy, friends. Let's quickly check the watch time ending the third period and then do the job here late in the goings. We are headed to overtime. We are literally 15 hours shy of 1,000. We have done it to the extent of regulation. We'll go to the intermission and we will go for a crazy ride here in overtime. The scoring summary after 3 periods of play. I told you the Edmonton Oilers, should they win the face-off battle after regulation, would not lose in regulation. The face-offs 31-27 for the Edmonton Oilers. 29-17 the shots, 36-21 the hits for the Canucks. Both teams 1 for 3 on the power play, and the Oilers with 5 giveaways. The Canucks with 18 blocked shots. Those are your big stats that stick out after 3 periods of play. The goal scorers, well, as Pettersson, got the Elias in my head and messed that up. Draisaitl, Besser, Ekholm, Zadorov, Kana, McDavid scores the goal that makes it 3-3. Dramatics in overtime upcoming. Friends, I'm Tyson. This is Dolynny TV. Give me just a brief moment. I really want to go poke my head outside and see if I see the Northern Lights. Can't deny a guy an opportunity to do that. That's one of those big things about growing up in Northern Alberta. That's just right here, near and dear to the heart. I'll be right back. Overtime. Here we come. Completely clear skies over northern Alberta, or southern Alberta, sorry, pardon me, I forgot where I was, this evening as we approach overtime here against the Vancouver Canucks. But friends, I will tell you right now what we know is that the Northern Lights should be coming to northern or southern Alberta here in a matter of moments. All right, friends, Josh is aboard for the ride. That feels just right. That just feels exactly how it should be as we get towards overtime. In a matter of moments, the Oilers clutch up in the third period, get the job done, send us on to the extra frames. And the Oilers now have to find a way to get this job done here this evening, or else you're down 2-0 in the series. One goal sends us to Edmonton. One goal could send us down 2 or tied at 1. We'll see where we go, but the Edmonton Oilers have as much time to determine this as possible. Gage, Rodney, welcome aboard. If I'm missing anyone, Tired's welcome in as well. Yeah, I don't know where else we are at. Armin's asking if the Oilers are going to win Nellier. Welcome aboard. JFIP, welcome in as well. Friends, if I'm just catching you in the chat for the first time this evening, thanks for being aboard. The Moss Pit is going nuts in Edmonton as we approach overtime for the Oilers and the Vancouver Canucks. The best part is we get an extended intermission to begin overtime, so that's a huge part of everything here this evening, friends, as we're now up over 14,000 views in the live stream this evening. It is the second best live stream of the playoffs, and I'm going to tell you this evening this will finish as probably the second best live stream I've ever done for the Edmonton Oilers in the history of the channel, if all goes according to plan and overtime runs for a little bit. So yeah, no, we are probably all a little nervous about overtime tonight. I think we're all a little nervous about how this game ends and if the Oilers finish down 2-0 in the series after the next goal goes in. Again, what I would say to that is just enjoy overtime for what overtime is. Just go out there, enjoy life or death on every shot, and hey, you know what? What happens, happens. We go home and try and decide this thing in the next 2, right? You win the next 2. If you lose tonight, it's tied 2-2. Brand new series. Tall task. Tied 2-2. Elias Pettersson, Leon Draisaitl scored in the first period to tie 1-1 after 1. Besser, Ekholm, Zadorov. It was 3-2 Canucks after 2. Not a lot of faith, but Stuart Skinner holds the fort. And Connor McDavid, 5.5 minutes into the third, on a breakaway, scores the goal that's it's got us here. It's why we're here. 18 years to the day that Sean Horkoff scored a triple overtime winner. The Edmonton Oilers will play a second round overtime game against the Vancouver Canucks, a Pacific Division of foe, as the Edmonton Oilers and Canucks get going. And friends, this is as throwback as it gets. Mr. Crystal Skies in the chat right now, as you were wondering where those comments were coming from earlier. Well, maybe a little bit right there. As Lisa, welcome in as well. We are talking about penalties in this game. Well, I will tell you, there's a lot of penalties, but Lisa, that stick to the you know where did end up being called a penalty, so that was good for the Vancouver Canucks. And Tired Canadian saying Glenn Anderson could be useful right now. Well, we're hoping our newish kind of version-ish guy, Zach Hyman, might come up huge as the intro that leads in every stream, the Zach Hyman overtime winner from Game 4 last year. We're hoping that maybe Zach Hyman has a little bit of magic for us this evening. So we continue here this evening, friends, as the dogs are losing their marbles. Hold on a second. Give me a sec. I'm quickly going to go check what's going on up there. That's not usual in the middle of the night. You know, this time of night when the dog starts freaking out, it's one of two things. It's either somebody doing something on the road that they shouldn't be doing, or, more usually, it's kind of like that situation where there's a fox on the road. That is, of course, the case tonight. So, yeah, that's where we're at. We have no northern lights in southern Alberta quite yet, but I'm sure we have something coming here soon, as the dog is still freaking out a little bit. He can hear them foxes running around, chirping and doing their weird cries that make cats die, I guess is what to say. So, friends, the Oilers Canucks. It is 3-3 going into overtime. You're wondering what the heck is this guy talking about foxes and cats and dogs. There's a hockey game going on. Pettersson, Draisaitl, Besser, Ekholm, Zadorov, McDavid. I'll tell you. Stick around, you'll find out, as the Edmonton Oilers outshoot the Canucks in regulation 29-17. So, yeah, we are continuing to see what the Oilers can do in this series, as they have figured out a way to get it to overtime in game number 2 of the series. They are down 1-0 in the series, so they now need to figure out what goes on. So, friends, Crystal Skies, speaking out about the roll up the rim video, may I, for your viewing pleasure, bring this out of the archives, and let me bring that out of the archives and let you watch that right there. That is an absolute piece of Canadiana right there. I'm telling you, I produced some good stuff back in the day alongside Crystal Skies, and I will tell you this, this will be a gem for years to come if you ever find it on the channel randomly. But the Oilers and Canucks, obviously just moments away from getting back underway here in this first overtime, third period. I'm dumb. But yeah, we are going to roll into this overtime with a brand new game, and the next goal wins, right? We were down a goal entering the last period. We're tied entering this period, and we'll see what the Oilers have in store. The last time we were tied entering a period, the Canucks scored both times in this hockey game, so you got to hope there. Again, I'd ask you your overtime winner. You predict what you want. You go with who you want. If we're going to lose, give me triple OT. If we're going to win, either make it quick or take all night. I don't care. Let's party. It's Friday night. I don't got to be up early. I got to be up decently early, but not like 7 a.m. So we got time to get things going, as the Oilers will try and get things going this evening to win a hockey game. As friends, the Canucks and Oilers, like I said, the Oilers win the face-off battle through regulation. We were destined to not lose in regulation. Connor McDavid made it so. And now we head to overtime with 15,000 views on the ledger and a hockey game yet to be decided as we get started tonight against the Vancouver Canucks at a clean slate, right? 60 minutes, solve nothing. Give us the rest of the evening to settle this one tonight against the Vancouver Canucks. As I'm still feeling bad for everybody tuning into the last Game 1 stream there. 100 and some odd views per hour all throughout tonight's live stream. Yes, it's going to be cool to see that hit 30K by the end of the stream, but tough right there for those fans trying to find tonight's game. Bert, OT after 11 p.m. Yeah, we are up late tonight, so this will be interesting to see how long it truly takes to solve tonight's great mystery. Who will win Game 2, the Oilers or the Vancouver Canucks? The Moss Pit, absolutely electric inside Edmonton. The Ice District, everybody's chanting, cheering, and we are literally trying to bring this one home tonight for an opportunity to go home tied against the Canucks after 2 games in Vancouver. Friends, whether you're an Oilers fan, Canucks fan, or just a hockey fan, welcome aboard to Dolynny TV. Thank you so much for being here. Of course, if you're appreciating the intermission amble, I guess you could say, I'd love to have you aboard for more coverage. I'd definitely encourage you to hit that subscribe button here on Dolynny TV. Tonight's goal, 15,700. And as that is said, where we're going with that is simply we're at 15,591. So we're about 109 away from the goal. So definitely be great to have you subscribe to stay aboard for the rest of the series, and maybe the rest of the playoffs, maybe the rest of the year, maybe the rest of time as we go down the stretch here in tonight's hockey game into overtime. Toastical, welcome back in as we will see what the Oilers can do here in tonight's overtime. Obviously, for those of you tuning in, I think it's pretty obvious, but again, to state, I'm a massive Oilers fan. This channel is centered around the Oilers. For Canucks fans that know what's going on with me, you might not be my biggest fan right now. I've kind of made some statements about the Canucks that maybe Canucks fans don't full-heartedly agree with, but hey, we're in for a good finish, and we're in for what is going to be a great series. So, hey, it'll all be good. As Steve, welcome in. Roger, who is in net for Vancouver? It is Archer's Shilvos or Stilovs or whatever they're calling it. I've heard it pronounced a million different ways. It doesn't compute in my brain. Apologies there to the Canucks fans back home. But the Edmonton Oilers ready to go this evening for overtime. Everybody is out there dancing in the moss pit, having a good old dang time. And now tonight, friends, I guess if anyone's got a guess on where the live stream will end this evening for watch time, better get it in now because we're not going to have much time to check as we go along the stretch here in this overtime period, as we are already up over grand total of 1,100 hours watched. So we finished with 1,400 last game out. We will see what the Edmonton Oilers can do tonight for us on that watch time marker. Just tell you how much you've enjoyed things back home. To everybody that's been aboard since the very start of the live stream, we are at 3 hours and 47 minutes. We are officially a minute longer run time than last live stream out in game one, and we could be long into the night. Greg's hoping early into the night, but we'll see where this Oilers game takes us as this team is about set to get underway tonight for overtime against the Vancouver Canucks. Stay steady, stay true. Let's do this here. Face off at center ice. Both McDavid and Miller get the draw down, and it'll be won by Quinn Hughes. Far side pass up off the boards, tipped into the Oilers zone. We're back underway here in overtime as Matthias Ekholm gets stapled along the boards. The Oilers have survived the first 15 seconds of overtime without surrendering a shot on goal or surrendering a first few second goal. The Canucks, though, will get the face off inside the Oilers zone off an icing call, and just like that, the Canucks will get their first opportunity to set things up. So this will get things going for what is a 3-3 hockey game in overtime. So here we go. Let's do it. Face off between McDavid and Lindholm now. Lindholm, who's had a sneaky good playoffs and have been a sneaky good ad for a Canucks team that desperately wanted results from him early, but haven't gotten them quite yet until now, as this is chipped out by the Oilers off the face-off, as it'll be Ekholm with the puck over to Bouchard, quickly wired up now to Draisaitl. 19:30 left in overtime. The shot from Draisaitl, gloved down by Shilvos, and we will have a stoppage in play with 19:28, the Oilers' 29th shot on goal, as we are in overtime with just 32 seconds gone. Plenty of time to build up the ante here. As friends, we are going to go for the all-time watch viewers record here if we get late in overtime this evening. 19:28 to go. We got plenty of time to party here this evening. Trust me on that. It's Friday night. What other plans do you have? Come on now, it's sunny and summer outside. Of course you're watching on the back deck. Face off, won by the Oilers, tipped back down low inside the Canucks zone. 40 seconds gone in overtime. We're still inside that first minute of play as Kane ties it up at the blue line, keeps it alive for the Oilers as they staple up along the wall, and it's tipped out by the Canucks. Picked up by Nurse to the far side as CC will fire inside the Canucks territory with almost a minute gone. Fogle ties it up along the wall. There you go. First minute's gone in overtime. Oh, in front. Fogle tries to jam it home. Can't do it. Canucks leading back the other way. Garland off the wall. Picked up by the Oilers. Fired back into the neutral zone. Stolen away off the tape of the Canucks. They quickly pick it up as this one will be fired back to the near side. Garland across the line. The shot towards the net. Skinner fights it off and throws it out as this one comes back to the near side inside the neutral. It's chipped up off the glass. The Oilers blow a tire at the blue line. Quickly back into position is McLeod to get the puck going back the other way. Up along the wall as Kane will lift up off glass and out into the neutral over a minute and a half. Into overtime now as Myers has the puck inside the Canucks zone. He's looking to exit across the blue to the neutral, into the Oilers' end on a tap and up off the glass and back into the Canucks' end. That will not have enough for icing, as the Oilers will see the Canucks retreat back inside their own blue line and back through into the Oilers' end. This will have enough for icing, as Desharnais will touch up. 18:03 to go in overtime, friends. We are fast approaching the 16,000 mark here on the stream tonight. Thank you again for being aboard. The Oilers, total ice time tonight, 28 minutes for Bouchard, 26:55 for McDavid, 25:39 for Hughes, as those are your top three ice time leaders this evening. Bouchard playing almost half the hockey game thus far. One back to the point. Ekholm keeps it alive inside the Canucks zone. To the far side, it's Draisaitl, who comes back from an injury to lead the Oilers into overtime with points on, I think, all three goals, if I'm not mistaken. Picked up by Bouchard, tapped ahead, and this will be across the line. Zach Hyman down the wing to Draisaitl. Draisaitl in behind the net. He'll roll around back to the point for Bouchard. 17:39! The shot goes just wide. Rebound off the end wall. Hyman tries to jam it home. Can't do it, as this one comes back up the wall. Tipped off the stick as it comes back inside the zone here for the Oilers. Held up at the blue line by Ekholm. Now a race to the puck as Bouchard outskates Besser, but Besser gets inside possession and just is able to free it up back to the blue line. Off the skates there out of the zone of Hronek, and here comes Draisaitl across the line to Mr. Zach Hyman down the wing, as we are now inside the first 3 minutes of overtime gone. 28-18 the shots on goal for the Edmonton Oilers, as they will free up along the wall to the near side for Kulak. Shot from the point, glove down by Chilvas, and we will have a stoppage in play with 16:53 to go in overtime. Friends, what do you think? Are we in for a good finish tonight or what? I mean, I'm trying to keep my eye on the TV as much as possible. Chilvas obviously has allowed 3 goals, so has Skinner, and the next goal wins the hockey game and sends us back to Edmonton in 2 different scenarios. 2-0 Vancouver, 1-1 Canucks Oilers. So 16:53 to go. The face-off to the left of Chilvas. This is to the time of overtime, where you start seeing the random guys appear on the ice for the Oilers. Those random guys right now, Nugent Hopkins, Foegele, Kane, as it comes up off the boards, free in the neutral zone, tapped back towards the Canucks zone by the Oilers, stolen there again by Vancouver up off a couple of sticks, trying to flip across the line, can't do it, fired back in down deep. Garland off the backhand, off of Skinner, save made. Now this is going to be flipped back to the point for Nugent Hopkins, couldn't clear the zone. Oilers tipped off the stick of Garland, he overskated the puck, picked up by Nuge as he'll roll around inside the Oilers zone. 16:25 to go. Up the middle it comes to Foegele. Foegele across the line, gets stapled there by the Canucks, picked up by Kulak in support. Driving on down deep, pinching as the defenseman off the end wall. Came right in front off the net as Nurse fires a shot through traffic, blocked in front. Kane off the side of the net. 16:05 to go here in the third period of play. Back off the wall and fired back in by the Canucks. All the way down low as it'll be picked up by Bluger as he's down along the end wall. The Canucks tie up inside the Oilers zone. The fourth line on the ice for the Canucks right now, as both teams continue to battle here inside the Oilers' end. We're approaching 5 minutes gone in overtime. 15:40 to go in this overtime period, as this is back at the blue line for the Canucks. Hronek over to Hughes, who has taken an absolute beating, and he turns over the puck in the neutral zone now. The Oilers, though, on a good recovery by Hughes, unable to push it forward. Here's Lafferty tapping inside the Canucks zone. Miller right in front, spun away from him. Picked up by Ekholm to the near side wall for McLeod. McLeod up through the neutral zone, in on the attack towards the net. He's turned back by Vancouver. Spun down low by Ekholm at the point. Holloway back, looking to make this play with exactly 5 minutes gone in overtime. Far side, shot ripped, blocked in front by, I think, Chilvas is the one who got a piece of it. The Oilers cycling inside the Canucks zone. This is one of the first great chances here, as this one comes back to the far side point, as it's Ekholm's got the puck, as this goes back down low. As the Oilers keep things rolling right up the middle of the ice. Pettersson through the neutral will fire it into the Oilers zone. Stuart Skinner out to play the puck. It'll be picked up by McDavid. McDavid going up through the neutral zone. He will go across to the far side for Draisaitl. Draisaitl looking back to the point for Bouchard. Bouchard rips the shot, scores! Evan Bouchard ends it in overtime. The Edmonton Oilers headed home, tied at 1 apiece with the Vancouver Canucks. 14:22 left in overtime. The Oilers even the series just like that on a shot. A lot of folks said, yes, indeed, it would be Evan Bouchard scoring a big goal tonight for the Oilers. Well, he rockets a shot from the far side dot, and the Edmonton Oilers send us home in fashion this evening. Oh my goodness, the Edmonton Oilers find a way to end tonight's hockey game 1-1. Nurse and McDavid embrace, absolutely elated that they won tonight's hockey game. The Canucks this time blow the third period lead, and the Edmonton Oilers come all the way back to win this one. Yes, indeed, 4-3 in overtime. What a shot by Draisaitl, and then Ian Cole, I think, tipped that into his own net. Ian Cole indeed tips it backdoor on Shilvas. And just like that, Cole has had one of, if not the most roughest series for the Canucks so far. And the Edmonton Oilers are back in the series 1-1, going home to Edmonton on Sunday night. It's a shame that overtime didn't get our hearts pounding all the way through a period. But dang, is it a beauty that Evan Bouchard sends us home tied 1 apiece. Friends, this has been Dolynny TV here on the Oilers and Canucks in Game 2. What a night. The Oilers seal it up in overtime. And it's Leon Draisaitl with 4 points this evening, coming back from, as I've said all night, an injury in Game 1. That was a whole lot of hype to do exactly this. Draisaitl knew what he had by looking hurt. And my goodness, what a game from the Edmonton Oilers. What a bounce at the end to win this one. And what a victory to send us home tied at 1 apiece against the Canucks that were going to sweep the Oilers because of their Game 1 performance. Again, I think anybody that said this series would be a sweep either way, I'm sorry. The Oilers just broke the tap. They've beat the Canucks for the first time in the regular season or Stanley Cup playoffs in the year 23-24. Look out. This series is about to get fun, friends. If you thought the first 2 games have been something, Game 3 is going to be amazing. All right, friends. Let's bring this home on the post-game show. Wrap up. We're approaching midnight. We should try and leave at some point, right? All right, let's do this. This is Dolynny TV, friends. The Edmonton Oilers bring home an OT victory, 18 years to the date. Sean Horkoff got us back in the series against the Vancouver Canucks. It is Evan Bouchard off the stick of Ian Cole, backdoor on Archer Shilovs to find the Oilers a 1-1 series, headed back to the capital city of the province of Alberta, near and dear to all our hearts, Edmonton, as the Oilers look to take that home ice advantage. Yeah, the Oilers have home ice advantage in this series, thanks to the Evan Bouchard overtime winner. It was a game where I think a lot of folks would have said, Skinner gives up 3 goals, 1 more than I'd like to, but maybe we win the hockey game. Tonight, the Oilers won the hockey game. And I will tell you, there was a weird stat coming out of last game that nobody really wanted to talk about. And tonight, the Oilers reversed that quite substantially. And it's the reason partially they won tonight's hockey game by keeping momentum in their favor at key parts of the game. In Game 1, after losing Draisaitl and throughout most of the game, the Oilers really lost the face-off battle. Tonight it was one key point I talked about early on in the pregame, saying that for the Oilers, if they really wanted to win tonight, that's one key area they could focus on. Well, tonight, they did a job in the face-off dot. I said when we were down 3-2 to the Canucks going into that third period, if the Oilers ended up being ahead in the face-off dot after regulation, they would not lose this game in 60. Instead, they were up by 2 face-offs, 31 out of 60, just barely above 50, took it to overtime, They lost the face-off battle tonight, 35-32, but found a way to win 4-3. I'm telling you, there's just certain things in the Oilers game where little changes, little focuses can lead to big results. A lot was cleaned up from game one. It took an extra frame, but it doesn't matter. In the playoffs, it doesn't matter if you get an OT win. It counts all the same as regulation. And the Oilers tie this series at 1 apiece. Pettersson, Draisaitl, Besser, Ekholm, Zadorov. It's 3-2 Canucks after 2. McDavid, 5.5 into the third period, breaks away out of the neutral zone. We knew he was going to shoot the puck tonight. Boy, oh boy, did he ever blocker side on Chilvas to make the game 3-3. It was tense down the stretch. The Oilers dominated about a 5.5-minute stretch of the last 10 minutes of the third period, pretty much controlling all the play inside the Canucks zone. The Canucks got a couple chances late. 50 seconds left in the third period, bled off the clock, and we headed to overtime. 5.5 minutes into overtime. Evan Bouchard on a pass from Draisaitl down the right wing inside the Canucks zone, firing a shot from out wide off the stick of Ian Cole. Backdoor on the outstretched Chilvas to end this hockey game 4-3. Evan Bouchard plays dang near 30 minutes tonight, and the Edmonton Oilers win Game 2. Friends, it has been an absolute pleasure to be alongside you tonight for this one. If you're in the live stream, if you're just tuning into the post game, thank you so much. But again, hats off to game time decision Leon Draisaitl. He had such a horrendous injury. Oh, he might not play Game 2. How about 4 points in Game 2? A point on all 4 goals. The Oilers win 4-3 in overtime. And Stuart Skinner, following a collapse in game number 1, keeps the Canucks to 3 and wins the game for the Edmonton Oilers in overtime. Yes, maybe not because of Skinner, more so Draisaitl, but the Oilers find a way to get the job done tonight. Friends, I'm Tyson, this is Dolynny TV. Thank you so much for being aboard here on the post-game edition. Appreciate you hanging out with me if you're on the live stream, but for now, it's time to go watch the Northern Lights. It's time to enjoy what makes Alberta beautiful, what makes Canada amazing. The outdoors and the warm, warm spring nights. I'm up on gone. Enjoy yourselves. Don't party too hard. It's Friday night. Let it rip though. We're up on gone. Friends, for those of you aboard on the live stream, we have just a couple of housekeeping notes to keep going tonight as we finish up here. 17,891 views times 4 minutes and 13 seconds average view duration. How about 1,252 minutes while live on the stream tonight? Thank you for being aboard for the ride, everybody. It was an amazing night for the Oilers. Of course, the exact response the Oilers needed to get this series knotted at 1, headed to Edmonton. And now we got to do the hard work being making it a 2-1 series and then going from there and really trying to either wrap this up in 5 or 6, as is now doable for the Oilers as we carry on into the late goings. You will see the Hot Sauce Company shirt again in Game 3 on Sunday night, as we have won yet another game, so we carry on with the same shirt. We got all the way through 4 games with the Oilers plaid, and now we'll see what the Hot Sauce Company orange has for us in store as these playoffs continue along. 4 straight games in this series would be absolutely unreal. Let me tell you that much. Sorry, friends, just give me a second here. Sorry, just typing up. I told you last time I'm terrible at typing and talking. I'm trying to type and talk at the same time, and it's just not working here. But, yeah. What an unreal game from both the Oilers and Canucks. And I mean, I credited the Oilers heavily in that post game, but I will tell you, the Vancouver Canucks made that a heck of a hockey game. That much is true for sure. And friends, I don't think there's much else left to add here other than I've got 338 of you aboard. So I'll let you keep chatting. I'll let you keep celebrating as we go along. We'll get the post game up, then we'll head on out. Game 2 heads to overtime, and the Edmonton Oilers win it all. And the Oilers head home, tied at 1. Yeah, Evan Bouchard scores a big goal. They're asking Quinn Hughes questions now, and Quinn Hughes looks way worse. Like, Quinn Hughes looks beat up after game number 2. He looks demoralized. He looks roughed up. He's got that cut on the cheek, the big welt. And it's going to be a long series for Vancouver's Quinn Hughes. I can tell you that much for sure. So, friends, the Edmonton Oilers, I mean, I'm still just blown away that Connor McDavid shoots the puck and finds what he did to the back of the net to even this game at 3. And then all of a sudden, you win it in overtime just the way you did. Evan Bouchard from far out on the dot finds a bounce in front, and it is deflected home by Ian Cole, who by all accounts was the worst Vancouver Canucks player in game number 1. And Cole victimized on the overtime winner by the Edmonton Oilers in what evens the series in overtime. So, wow, just wow. I mean, what a wild, what a fun first 2 games to this series as the Oilers find a way to head home with a game and a series that you can be proud of, right? This has been fantastic. Blingman, thank you so much for the super chat again, friends. To those of you that have donated tonight, I will send a shout out back home to David, Awake, and of course Blingman for hitting that donate button tonight. And this evening we will wrap up here once the post game is live on the channel, because hey, you know what? It's Friday night. I promised you we'd hang out a little bit post game, and that is what we are doing as we get a chance to really wrap up what has been a fun, exciting game for the Edmonton Oilers, and one that we can be pretty proud of as fans to take home. Again, anyone that wants to talk about reffing, it was a nightmare both ways. The fact that any team won this one as close as they did, right? The fact that this went to overtime with the reffing we had tonight is absolutely nightmarish, considering both teams had a lot of opportunities to really jump on each other, and neither team truly did it. So Oilers versus Canucks game 2 comes down to the wire, and the Oilers end up winning it in overtime. What more can you ask for as an Edmonton Oilers fan? As that one wrapped up just as beautifully as you could expect, and the Oilers split the series in Vancouver to open, and now all of a sudden the pressure is on the Canucks to regain home ice in game number 3. So, friends, that will pretty much, I think, do it for us here on the post-game edition. I don't think there's really much else I can really add while I'm typing, but obviously, again, how happy I am with it, how happy I am with the Oilers winning tonight's game, and just really how proud I am of the group sticking together, right? That Zadorov goal to make it 3-2. You've watched Skinner cough up a couple of weak ones in game 1, and you're thinking, my goodness, the boys are going to fold. That was bad. Inexcusable, in fact. Brutal, whatever you want to call it. And the Oilers just never went away and find a way to win tonight in overtime. Yeah, it takes overtime, but if you're just tuning in, I don't care how you win in the playoffs, just win, baby. And that's what the Edmonton Oilers were able to do tonight. So, yeah, pretty proud of the effort, pretty proud of the result. And now we can go home on Sunday night and do this all over again. This time a little earlier, 7:30 on Sunday night, which should be a little bit more of a highly attended stream, one might think. I think we can all agree Friday night's not exactly the most ideal night for doing stuff, right? I think on YouTube it's more of an ideal night for going out, one might add. So let's go there and see if we can find Reg 72. Let's go here, and where are we at? Why can't I find it here? There it is. Good to go. All right, friends, the post-game show is uploading here. Like I said, I will stick with you for the next 6 minutes, but what a fantastic night all around. Thank you so much for being a part of it. Really do appreciate you hanging out with me as well. Everybody that's been aboard, it's been fantastic. I think the live stream is pretty great all around. Now we just see what the Oilers can do. This is going to be a fun one, as Josh is saying. It's going to be interesting to see what happens in Alberta now over the next 2 games. The Oilers in Edmonton really have a chance to take a stranglehold on the series, truly, if they win both games at home. You're up 3-1 going back to Vancouver. That could be amazing. But of course, I think you're probably going to see this one go 6, which means you're going to split it up in Edmonton and go back to Vancouver tied. And if the Oilers really want to win, they'll find a way to win 2 in Vancouver and 2 at home in this series. So, yeah, friends, we've got just about 5 minutes until the post game is live on YouTube. I think again, just awesome. Thank you so much for hitting that like button. Really do appreciate that. And if you're hanging out with me right now, thank you for being a part of the live stream tonight. If you haven't hit the subscribe button on the way out, definitely make sure to do that. We're at 15,600. That should have been the goal tonight. Hey, shoot high, hit mid, right? That's what they'd say, as Zach Hyman knew in game number 1. But yeah, we will wrap up here in just a few moments of time. Again, if you're just tuning in post-game, want to say Elias Pettersson, Leon Draisaitl, Brock Besser, Matthias Ekholm, Nikita Zadorov. It was 3-2 for the Canucks after 2 periods of play. Connor McDavid, 5.5 minutes into the 3rd period, bing, bang, boom, scores the goal that evens it up for us. We go to overtime. Evan Bouchard off a bounce off Ian Cole's stick wins us the hockey game 4-3. What a night it was as an Edmonton Oilers fan, as a Canucks fan. And we take home on 31 shots, 4 goals that send us in to Edmonton, tied at 1 apiece. Friends, we've just hit 19,000 views on the live stream. Again, thank you so much for hanging out tonight. Really do appreciate everything you guys bring night in, night out, hanging out. I see Nation's heading out for the night. Hypnotize is heading out. Josh, I'll catch you in about 10 minutes time. I promise you that. Get that party hot. And we will get this job done here tonight. So, again, it's 4-3 for the Oilers in overtime. An Evan Bouchard winner off the stick of Ian Cole. And now we've got one last post-game thing coming in here as Matthias Ekholm raises the finger in the penalty box. And yes, indeed, what a go. Yeah, game 5 and done is still possible, for both teams, but the Oilers with the next 2 games at home really have an opportunity to end this one home tonight. Cold Lake Kid hanging out with us all night in the background as well. That's more the MO from him, but obviously bringing us home with some clutch deletions of some comments as always. So friends, it's been a good night. Like I said, winding down now, party mode, kind of deactivating. I thought we might be going late into the night. Peter, thank you for being aboard. But the Oilers now really have to find a way to put the boots to the Canucks. First game at home, right? The Oilers fans, you know, after what the Canucks fans did in game 1 down the stretch, are going to be all over the Canucks in game 3 right from the start. So now let's bring it home, friends. For now though, I got no juice left. I'm going to finish this one up. We're going to walk on out with what is right now grand total. One last check of the numbers here. How about that? Oh, nope, that was dumb. 19,190 times 4.1. How about that? We are up at 1,311 hours on the stream. Thank you for being aboard tonight, friends. I'm up on gone. We'll catch you next game out. Thank you for hanging out this evening. Appreciate it. Let's do it again Sunday night, 7:30, game 3.